Shabbat Shalom, Gloria, and William.
Shabbat Shalom to you. Oh,
Good morning, Mark. Victoria.
Morning.
I'm just glad I got my computer going now.
New home looks great.
It does.
Love
This
the
is one of the upstairs bedrooms, so I have
Yeah.
I guess my own prayer closet.
Cool.
Nice. Good study last night, Mark.
No, I didn't know you were on there.
Well, I wasn't. I actually missed it, and I was on this morning, watching it this morning, trying to get some in before we started this. And yeah, I kind of regretted missing it, but it's all good.
Yeah, well, you get to watch it today. And Yom Shabbat, you get to rest and watch movies.
Exactly.
Morning, Phyllis.
Good
Morning,
morning,
Phyllis.
Toria, William, and Mark.
I can't remember how to share screen off of this. I haven't did it in so long. Screen off of this.
Good morning.
There's AJ.
So long.
Mark.
Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
There's AJ.
That presentation last night, Mark, was off the top, and it was very timely.
Yeah.
This is
Now you're going on.
that presentation.
All right, guys, we got to control our mics. All right, if you're not talking, turn your mics off and turn YouTube off.
Now you're going on.
Very sorry, Phyllis, I didn't hear what you said.
I said that was an excellent discussion last night. It was perfect. It was right on, timely, and I'm starting to get it now.
All right.
Be interesting to talk about the things that are going to be during the tribulation. I know we've already talked about that, but in this time schedule that you've got.
You talking about talking a little bit about it today? Is that what you're saying?
Always.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic. Yeah, we can do that after. I think we only got 2 chapters to go. 5 is a deep one, but 6 is not really. It's just kind of like the the conclusion of it all. So we might be able to open it and get into that kind of a conversation here later on. I know William wants to.
It's always good to have a great discussion with a lot of energy.
I was wondering if that was an inside joke, William.
It was.
I think it is. Yeah.
I don't know how to screen save. It's not showing me how to screen save for some. I mean, a share screen. I don't remember how to do it on StreamYard. Maybe I can't. I don't know. Should be able to. Doesn't make any sense not to. Let's see. How did I do? I've done it before. All right. Well,
Can y'all hear me okay?
yes, we can hear you. We missed you last week, brother.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know.
Can I tell
Diane
Mark
says
something real
hello.
quick?
Love you.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm sorry, Mark, if you look down at the bottom on my screen, it says present, and it's a picture of a computer.
Yeah.
I think that's where you do it. I'm sorry, AJ.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
That's
Thank
right.
you, Phyllis. Thanks, Sister Phyllis. You're right. It's been a long time since I've done that. I'm going to try to share screen something here. What I was talking to William about, and but something really peculiar happened. And here goes this weird stuff again, right, from Brother Mark. But it's something really strange happened. I don't know if I can screen share screen and show it to you guys. It's kind of cool. I'll try. We got people trickling in here, so we'll. I'm glad you enjoyed last night's study, Phyllis. I can say that I didn't even know what I was going to do at first, and then almost right up to the minute, and Yahuah was all over that. So all esteem to Yahuah.
Lou was saying last night that he's never seen anybody take the approach you took that is so unique.
Yeah, I mean, it came from Yahuah, not me, not dummy Mark. Okay, let me see if I can screen save this. I'm gonna do a little bit of practice before everybody gets here. Y'all come on into the StreamYard. Just fill it up. We got 10 slots. We need to fill them up. In the meantime, I'm going to try. If I lose y'all, I'll be back. Here we go. All righty. So, which one is it? Okay. Let me see if I can put this one up here. There it is. Okay, everybody see that from last night? Okay. Now, can you see my cursor? Y'all see my cursor? You can't? See, that's what I hate. You can't see the cursor. Okay.
Try moving it around, Mark. Let us find it.
Yeah, I'm moving it around. You can't see it? No? Okay. See, like over my right ear and my left ear, to the left and right of my head, about the middle of the board, you see two white lights right there? Y'all seeing them on the board? Okay, what those are lights that I have above my screens so you can see more clear. So I know what those are. You see the width of them and the position of them. That's where these lights are here in my office in the studio area. And so I know what they are, and they're wide. They're both about the same length and all that. So I know what those are. Okay. So I know what they are. Make sure you turn off YouTube, Kodo. Okay. So that's one thing I wanted to show you. So let me stop that right there. Now, here's the freaky part. If I can get it to come on. I don't know if I can. This is the part I'm going to have problems with. I just know it. Okay, so that should be.
Mark, when you get a second, Phil's trying to get in.
I don't see Phil. Tell him to try again, William. I can't see him at all.
Okay.
No, okay, so that's not it. Yep. There I am. Okay, let me try it one more time. As people are coming in. All right. And where is that? Maybe it's here. No. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, here it is. I found it. All righty. Can y'all see it? Is everybody seeing it? You seeing it? Okay. All right, remember the two lights to the left and the right of my head? Okay, so they're gone. Okay. And so what happened here is I turned all the lights out. This is the one I took a photo shot of and I emailed it to some of you. Okay. So the lights are turned off. Those two lights I showed you on the previous one are turned off. And I've got blankets over the windows and everything to make it dark in the room so I could take this snapshot so there was no reflections, right? Well, lo and behold, there's a reflection on the screen. You see it right there by E on events. Y'all see that long streak? I don't know where it came from, man. It's a lot different than the lights that I showed you previously, right? Everybody see how different it is? It's real long and thin. Okay. Amazingly, this thing is pointing right down. See the 6th day, which says 6th day? It's pointing and it stops right at the very top of that red line on the 6th day, right? Okay, so look over at the 5th day, and this photo I sent to you guys, I have 1948, the fig tree born 1948 on the 5th day. I placed it wrong. So you see the 1948 on that 5th day, little tiny slot underneath the R in Ruach belongs on the 6th day, not on the 5th day. So that was my error. Look at that light. That streak is coming down and pointing at the 6th day, right where 1948 fig tree belongs.
That's divine correction.
That's divine correction, man. And so I took that 5th day off and moved it over where it's supposed to be, right where that streak is pointing to. And then at that very minute, when I did that, all of a sudden I got this revelation that the fig tree was reborn in 1948 AD. And over here in Abraham was born in 1948 BC on the 2nd day. And it just blew my marbles, man. Is that amazing? Is it freaky or what, man? That long, thin line is right under 2000. And it comes right down to where 1948 is supposed to be. So 2 days, 2,000 years for the end times. That's a divine intervention, man. I don't know where that light came from. I promise you, I do not. Okay, so now let me remove that. And then I'll show you again and remind you, as a reminder, with this, let's see, hang on a second. I'm going to remind you of what it looked like last night. Okay. And this is the first one I showed you now. Again, everybody seeing that? Okay, so look at the two lights that are my lights. See, they're shorter. They're not in the same position. They're not in that 6-day block at all. It's in the 7th day block and the 3rd day block. And they're shorter and fatter. Those are my lights. I know what they are. That was from last night. You see it? So it's not even in the same position as that long, skinny light right there at the end of the 6th day where the fig tree rebirth of 1948 belonged. And that was my error. And so I moved it.
That's not sunlight.
No, those are I got 2 hydrogen lights, coming up above my screens to lighten me up. And that's what those are. Matter of fact, if I turn that board over, we'll probably see them again. Let me get rid of this. Oh, somebody's trying to get in. There's Phil. And where's that at? Okay. All right. Let me see if it's there. I got the lights on right now. Can you see them?
You got to turn your camera on, Brother Mark.
Yeah, there they are. You see them? Right
Yep.
there. One.
Yep.
right in the same exact spot they were last night. That long skinny light started right here, and it came down here real long and pointed right there to where the birth of the Israel 1948 was supposed to be, right there at that little slot right there. That slot right there, that's immediately after the days of the tribulation comes the day of Yahuah, right at the very end of the 6,000th year.
The greater light.
You see it? I mean, is that crazy or is that crazy, man? Now, come on.
Hey, Mark, I know we can't see any of the other walls in the room there, but do they have rubber padding on them by any chance?
No. You're funny, man. No, you see what they got? I don't know if y'all can see all that or not. You see? Yeah. I knew you were going to think I was crazy doing that, but you know what? It is what it is, man. I'm just sharing the craziness with you. All right. Here comes Gibson girl. Everybody thinks
Prophetess.
Rebecca. She's a spinning around the world. There's Yami. Where's Yami? I can't see you, Yami. Real?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, somehow we cannot get to the stream.
No, we can't get the camera to work, but
Yeah.
it's not. We're blocked both on our phone and on our tablet, so I don't know what that could be.
Which browser are you using?
The one from Apple.
That happened to me last week. Remember?
Safari won't work.
Safari won't work.
Yeah, you got to use Firefox or what's the other one they said?
Like cloud?
No.
Firefox is Mozilla.
Huh?
Okay, I would have to
Firefox.
see. I don't know if I have it. I gotta see.
That's what I had to do.
But
I had to go through Firefox.
Yeah, we've always the same way, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, but we can hear you.
So we'll get off. So we'll be in the background until I can figure something out.
Okay.
Mine usually works, but a couple times it didn't work. But today it's working, so I don't know. And it's Safari, so who knows?
So you see the error, William, we were talking about? I said I'd show it to you. So you can make that correction. It's that the fig tree rebirth 1948 belongs on the end of the sixth day, man.
So we're gonna wait for an updated board then, are we?
I can snap this one and send it to you.
Sweet.
Yeah, I want one too, Mark, if you will, please.
Yeah, I'll retake it and send it to y'all. Some of you I didn't have your emails. Some of the ones that asked.
How can we get that to you without?
You can send it to my email.
Yeah, I don't have your email. Oh, you mean off the? Okay.
It's Mark August, like my name, 410@yahoo.com. Go ahead, Tori.
Tad, what has happened to Mom?
They've been beating each other up again. That's what's been happening.
I took a header onto the sidewalk.
Oh, no.
And Tad took me into the emergency room, had the all the tests and CT scan and everything, make sure there wasn't any further bleeding behind the eye or around the brain or anything. So it's just going to take time to heal. But all of this that's down here was up here, so it's draining.
It's to scare off the spiritual darknesses.
Yes.
You tripped and fell on the sidewalk? Wow.
Yeah, in our neighborhood, they were ordered to put in trees when this subdivision was being built.
Yeah.
And they chose the wrong kind of tree to put in, but the roots stay real close to the surface, and so they're going underneath the sidewalk and pulling it up everywhere. We had 5 trees. We've had 4 removed because of that.
Wow.
So
And be careful.
Brother Mark,
Yes, sir.
I noticed one more slight writing mistake
Okay.
on your board.
Yeah, where at?
Down at the bottom left, where it says greater light and lesser light. Born, because it says he was resurrected and ascended, but you included the lesser light in that. I don't think Yohanan was resurrected,
Right.
ascended.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, I'll correct that one. Thanks for pointing that out.
Hey, Mark, your email is just Mark August, how August is spelled, at 410 at yahoo or .yahoo.com.
No, just yahoo.com. So at Mark August 410.
Yep.
August is spelled like the month.
Okay.
At yahoo.com.
Got it. Thank you.
Poor Rebecca keeps coming in and dropping out. She's having problems. And Lou coming, Phyllis?
Well, he tried, but the thing was full, and he didn't want to take anybody's place. He's up there trying to get on and off.
Yeah, I see him here, but it says device is not connected, so maybe we got to wait for it to.
I could jump off if you want.
No, he wouldn't want anybody to jump off for him.
It's just me.
He'll be on in a second. It just says device is not connected. Rebecca's having problems too.
I roll.
Yeah, we'll get. You guys can go ahead and talk. We'll be getting started here in about 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we'll get started.
Roll, are you doing that off of Safari?
No, now it's not Safari. I did this through my laptop, and it's it's not Safari.
Works.
So now it's working.
Sweet.
Oh, okay.
We
How you
just have to
doing, Phil?
rearrange a few things.
AJ, do we have an update on
Natsarim
Diane?
Project. Can you hear
Hey,
me?
Jay. Yes, sir. How are you, sir? Good morning.
All right. Okay.
Shabbat shalom.
Diana's doing okay. Shabbat shalom. And she's just waiting for an answer to start having surgery either on her knee or on her lower back somewhere in the hip.
Knee and hip.
Slight detachment in her hip area somewhere. So she's gonna if she has that surgery, she's gonna be in a rehab center for about 2 weeks or so, and then she have to have surgery on her knee.
Yeah, my mother had
Okay, now.
What happened to her knee? I might be out the loop.
She used to play handball a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess by just age and time.
Yeah.
You know,
Wear and
everything
tear.
wears out on our body. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pray for her.
So, but you told me to tell all of you shalom, and she miss you very much.
Hey, Phyllis. It's saying that Lou has to turn on his camera and his mic. Saying device is not connected. Something about his camera or mic.
Hi, Toria.
I tell you.
Definitely, the problem is with Safari.
Right. I like the
Once
color painting on your wall.
Painting?
On the wall,
color
I
of,
like
the color of paint. Yeah.
Oh,
Turquoise.
oh, if you could see it in real time, it's
wall.
not cute. No.
It matches Galatians in the corner from where I'm
Oh.
seeing.
It's a very interesting color. It was a kid's room, I guess.
Okay.
It's
Oh.
very, very bright.
Hey, Ted. Shalom.
What's up,
Take
Ted?
care, Mom. Take care, Mom.
Yeah.
Hold her hand.
I tried to catch her the first time she fell. This was the second time. The first time was about 5 months ago. Same eye, same side. I tried to catch her that first time, but it wasn't even close this time, and I don't even know what she tripped on.
Is it snowing over there?
Oh, okay.
No.
Just a lot of uneven sidewalks.
Well, when you're walking with her, you got to change sides.
Hey, Lou.
So then we would look alike?
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Mom says she wants one of whatever you're eating, Sister Phyllis.
Is that a crumb cake?
Shabbat shalom, beloved of Yahuah.
Just apples. Sure.
Oh, okay.
We are going to get started
Shabbat
now.
shalom, Lou.
All right, let's bear some fruit.
Let's turn off our controller mics. Are y'all hearing me? Okay. All right, let's get started, man. We're running a half hour late as it is. We had left off at the end of chapter 5. We're in Galatians. I mean, the end of chapter 4, rather. And so we're going to start on chapter 5. Keep in mind here from last week that the last verse there in chapter 4, therefore, brothers, we are not children of the female servant, but of the free Asha. So we are now walking in spirit and truth. We're like-minded with Yahusha. We're no longer in the mind of the flesh. We are no longer slaves to sin and death. We're not servants any longer, okay? So keep that in mind as we continue on now. In chapter 5, it says, in the emancipation with which Mashiach has made us free. So this is setting up the conversation of set free from what? Well, from legal restrictions and religious stumbling blocks, let's just say. Men's teachings or old priesthood ordinances. Okay, so we're set free from all that fleshly stuff. We no longer have to serve the flesh. We're servants of the Ruach now. Okay, so that's where we left off. That's where we're starting. Chapter 5, by the way, is probably my favorite chapter in Galatians. Who wants to read it? Toria. Let's do it.
All right. In the emancipation with which Mashiach has made us free, stand firm, then, and do not again be held with a yoke of slavery. See, I, Paul, say to you that if you become circumcised, Mashiach shall be of no use to you. And I witness again to every man being circumcised that he is a debtor to do the entire Torah.
Okay, stop. All right, so this is kind of concluding what we've already learned. It's kind of putting it all, compacting it all in here. So here now we can start to understand that the book of Galatians is all about adult male circumcision and animal slaughterings, blood offerings, burnt offerings, so forth, so on. Old priesthood stuff. So here then in these closing chapters, it's going to confirm to us that the fact that the book of Galatians, or this epistle, if you will, it's really a letter from Paul to the Galatians, is all about adult male circumcision. So this verse 5:3, an eyewitness again to every man being circumcised. You can see the subject matter there. And then in 5:6, for the Mashiach, neither circumcised nor uncircumcised has strength. So you can see it's still the subject matter and always has been from the first chapter. So the first opening verses, and starting in the second chapter of Galatians, also confirm this truth. So verses 2:3, 2:7, 2:8, 2:9, 2:12 speak of these things. In the closing verses here, in verses 5:3, 5:6, 5:11, 6:12, 6:13, and 6:15 will also confirm the subject matter of this letter, the main theme, if you will. So this is what we can't lose sight of. Anytime we go, if somebody takes you to Galatians, okay, you automatically should think adult male circumcision, animal blood offerings is the main theme. And then if you can keep that in mind, along with when Paul says Torah, he's speaking of these things. And when Paul says belief, he's speaking of the sacrificial blood of the Lamb of Yahuah. And then what you should be able to handle that they throw your way. Speaking of circus people. Okay? That's huge, man. That wraps it all up, really. So anybody want to explain that then? We're at number 2. It says, see, I, Paul, say to you that if you become circumcised, Mashiach shall be of no use to you. What's that mean?
You're doing it in vain.
Why?
Because you think it'll save you.
Exactly. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Toria.
I'm thinking because it's of the flesh, not of the heart, in the ruach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, so that becomes fairly clear for us now at this point. We struggled with that a few weeks ago. So the Mashiach shall be no use to us because you're putting your belief in circumcision in the old priesthood. You're still in the mind of the flesh. So that way, when you remember when Yahushua went into his town and he could do hardly any miracles there because of the lack of their belief. They didn't believe in who he was. Go ahead. Who had their hand up? Kodo, go ahead.
Kodo. Gato.
Sorry.
The Jerusalem Council, isn't that what the whole point of Acts, 15? I mean, it ends in circumcision. They're telling them that the new believers should go listen to Torah on Sabbath, and that's how it's been since the beginning. And they're just reiterating what was,
Yeah. There was a struggle throughout all of Paul's travels when he went into the synagogues or the congregations of the Yehudim outside of Israel. He ran into these Yehudim that were insisting on the converts had to be circumcised. And they had to be water immersed and circumcised, as the old rituals said, in order for them to enter the Commonwealth or to be Israelite citizenship. So it was more of a human thing. And he ran into this quite a bit because they didn't want to give that up, right? It gave them power and control. And so they didn't want to give it up. And so they were telling all the new converts, oh, no, your belief in Yahushua is not good enough. You still have to be adult. You still have to be circumcised and water immersed into Israel. And that's, to them, that was a new birth. It's coming out of the mother's womb, coming up out of the water. You were born again as an Israelite. You see, and then the circumcision allowed them to enter the everlasting covenant made with Yahuah, which was a land contract, that land would be given to Israel forever.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
So this is going to be a weird question, but if you get immersed, would circumcision be like the next thing, or would that be something you'd eventually work towards? Or is it, you don't even have to get it anymore? You know, I hope I'm not like bringing us backwards, but.
No, well, immersion, there was a different meaning to them. So the immersion in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach is totally different. Immersion, the meaning of immersion changed. To them, they weren't getting immersed in the name of Yahushua. They were being reborn as Israelites. They were coming out. They were going back to their mother's womb, coming out of the waters of the woman's water breaks, and they were being born as an Israelite. And the circumcision let them enter into the land covenant. They could own land.
Oh, yes. Inheritance, yes.
So they were telling these new converts up here in these different locations that this is what they had to do on top of what Paul was teaching. And Paul, where's all this coming from? And so he went to the heart of the source, which was in Jerusalem, and confronted the council about this, saying these people don't have to be circumcised anymore because of the Mashiach. But the Mashiach came and died for us.
But Acts 15 ends in circumcision, right? With the guy eventually getting circumcised.
You could become an Israelite. You have to have the circumcision of the heart.
Of the heart, yes.
See, so it was two different things going on here.
Okay, I think I know what you're saying.
It was causing the confusion. Okay. Remember our study that I don't know if you were there or not, Cato, but remember Abraham came into the covenant and he was
before. Right.
Before I think most of us probably remember that conversation.
Yeah, I do. I think I was there.
I think you were too. Go ahead, Tad.
Now, at this point, was it still part of the covenant, though, that the male babies still needed to be circumcised on the 8th day?
Yeah, the Israelites were still conducting that, but after Yahushua died, okay, and left the earth, and remember in 70 A.D. the temple was destroyed. Remember that? So then there was no temple to take the babies to on the 8th day and circumcise them. So at that point, the old priesthood was blowed up, and so the Pharisees, the Sanhedrin, lost all their power, basically, because the temple wasn't there anymore. You know, the Sadducees lost power, and the Pharisees moved in and took over, which was a good thing in a way, because the Sadducees didn't believe in the resurrection, right? The Pharisees did. Go ahead, Phyllis.
So it was a power play?
Huh?
The circumcision thing was a power play to regain control?
I think to keep control, try to maintain control. Because when Paul went up and around the different areas, there wasn't peace being made there. He was causing problems. He was disrupting things, not only with the Yehudim, but with the natural citizens too. You know, see what happened in Greece, right?
Mover of sedition.
You know, so he was causing a lot of problems with everybody. And he was doing it under the direction of the Ruach HaKodesh, obviously. And so I think Paul is why Yahuah chose Paul, because of the things that Paul did to the Yehudim, to his people. And he said, okay, you're going to go up here and you're going to go into a hornet's nest, buddy, and you're going to get stung all over the place. But I'm going to use you. You know, go ahead, Tad.
So the 8th day circumcision by infant males, the only correct way was, as you stated, in the temple, and since that was lost, then that wouldn't have been a correct way to do it without, if they hadn't have done it in there.
I think they called it a dedication or something. It was dedication day or something, and they were doing it in the temple. But keep in mind, the land covenant that Yahuah made with Abraham, or actually what Yahuah made with Yahuah, is an everlasting covenant. It hasn't gone anywhere. So although it was probably something to do with the old priesthood because they went to the temple to do it. I don't know if everybody did that. They may have done it in other places. I have no idea really. But keep in mind that when they were doing them things, they were acting in accordance to the everlasting covenant made with Abraham. And it's an everlasting covenant. It's not gone. It's still here. If it's Yahuah says it's everlasting, it's everlasting.
Yep.
William?
Yeah, Genesis 17. The whole point, I think, to the idea of circumcision was mentioned in here. And it shall become a sign of the covenant between me and you, and a son of 8 yom is circumcised by you, every male in your generation who is born. And he makes it clear, and it shall become a sign of the covenant between you and I, but not a term of salvation.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the passage?
It's 17:10. Bereshith.
Yeah, my guess would be that if for some reason they couldn't make it to the temple to circumcise their 8-year-old son, that they would probably do it otherwise somewhere else. They would still do it on that 8th day. If they were some reason they were stuck somewhere and couldn't get there, I think they would still do it on the 8th day. But that's just me. I'm just assuming that. Go ahead.
The Jewish people still do that, don't they? That's part of their religion, I guess. They still circumcise.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do too.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The problem is we don't do it on the 8th day. We do it like on the 2nd day that they're born, right? And so what are we doing when Americans will just say, why are they circumcising their male children on the 2nd day before they send them home? Well, they're doing it for health purposes. You know what I'm saying? They're doing it so that stays clean down there and they don't have issues with it later on. So it's more of a sanitation type thing, for us. But for the Yehudim, it was a strict command, or a command from Yahuah, for what William just read to us, for the reason of putting them into that land contract or the covenant with Yahuah that he made with Abraham and his seed. Go ahead, Toria.
My firstborn, who is 33, he was actually circumcised right after he was born. They said he was so strong that they just took him off and they circumcised him right then.
Yeah, and then like I say, they're not doing it to be obedient.
Yeah, because one of my sons was born in the Virgin Islands and they don't do it at all.
Yeah. Yeah, they doing it. They do when they do it like here. They're doing it for, like I said, for health issue reasons. Sanitation type thing. I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of, but the reason the Yehudim were doing it was because Yahuah commanded them to do it as a sign to him that they were in the covenant that he made with Abraham. So they could own the land and be part of Israel. See, remember, it was all literal. They didn't see Israel as a spiritual body or assembly of Yahusha like we do. They were seeing it literal with minds of the flesh, carbon copied eyeballs. Go ahead, Toria.
I believe that it took away their fleshly covering and made him their covering of their seed, and of course their own selves.
How do we see the picture then later that a covering comes from the belief of one in the house.
I believe that is the fleshly covering, not the spiritual covering.
Are you still on
They
YouTube?
needed things. They needed to see things in the flesh.
Are you on YouTube, Toria?
No.
Somebody's on YouTube. Is that you, William? Somebody needs to X YouTube off. I don't know who it is. Go ahead, Tad.
So that sign today, if I'm not misunderstood, that same sign that we would do today is our immersion. Is that correct? That would be the sign of the circumcision?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, so Toria, last week you had mentioned that Yahusha, or what was it? That the line or the seed of Abraham or Yahusha didn't come through Solomon. It came through Solomon's brother. You remember that? Saying that?
That Solomon was the kingship to oh my gosh, I'm having a moment. Her husband, Joseph. So that's where the kingship came from, and again that he was a stepfather, but that was his line. And then obviously she was her line was from his brother, is what I was taught.
Yeah, I was looking in that a little bit, and what it is that in Matthew, you find it in two places, right? In Matthew and Luke. So in Matthew, it follows the line of Daud's son Solomon. Okay. In Luke, it follows the line of Daud's other son Nathan. Okay. And so there's a little bit of a problem there. And so in order to, but either or though, both, either way, Solomon or Nathan, both leads to Mary and Joseph was both from the line of Daud. So it didn't really matter in that respect, but to solve that, there's, in the Tanakh, it prophesies or predicts that the Mashiach would come from the line of Daud. So both Luke and Matthew confirm this anyway. So the Mashiach, making the Mashiach is a legitimate. He's a legitimate Mashiach. See, because either way, he's still legitimate Mashiach. See what I'm saying?
Right. I believe it was the high priestly line. That's why they had to do it that way, because of the curse.
Yeah. Well,
in order, because they had to have things properly physically done instead of, we know he came from the line of, both are from the line, either way.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't matter as far as Mashiach goes.
Right.
Okay. So he's still legit. But I do have some research on that a little bit. I did research that and to see what's going on. And really there's really kind of like three possibilities, okay, for the difference in letter between Matthew and Luke. Okay. And so one is, let me see if I can find them here. I'll share them with you real quick. They're not real long, so. Okay. So the simplest solution is that we have genealogies of both parents of Yahusha, Joseph and Mary. In this case, Luke, we're talking about Luke now. Luke gives Mary's genealogy while Matthew gives us Joseph's genealogy. This makes good sense since Luke's birth narrative focuses on Mary. Luke tells the story from her perspective. The proposal is sometimes linked to the judgment pronounced against the line of Solomon by Jeremiah, who prophesied that no descendant of Jehoiakim or his son Jeconiah would sit on the throne of Daud. So Yahushua avoided this judgment because he was the legal descendant through Mary, rather than the physical descendant of David through Joseph. Matthew, on the other hand, follows Joseph's side of the story. Matthew's narrative moves through the dreams Joseph has. One problem with this suggestion is that throughout Luke's birth narrative, he stresses that Joseph is a descendant of David. He never mentions Mary's Davidic descent. So despite Luke's emphasis on Mary in his birth narrative, it would be surprising if his genealogy is Mary's. Number 2, one genealogy is a royal and legal genealogy, and the other is a physical genealogy. And that's what you're talking about. Another possibility explanation for the two different genealogies is that Matthew presents a royal or legal genealogy, while Luke gives a physical or actual genealogy. So in other words, Matthew lists the official line of the Davidic kings, not Yahushua's actual ancestors. His point is to show that Joseph is related to that line. In this view, Luke would be giving us the actual physical descendants, in other words, a genealogy in the way we are accustomed to thinking about it. This may help provide a theological point, but it doesn't solve the larger problem created by having two genealogies. Joseph can't have two fathers, or can he? Did Joseph have two fathers? How can someone have two fathers? That's a fair question. It's not physically possible. However, there are two reasons the text can actually be read this way. First, some suggest that Mary had no brothers to carry on her father's name at her marriage. So Hela, Joseph's father, according to Luke, adopted Joseph as his own son. This would then give Joseph two genealogies, his own genealogy and Mary's genealogy. Secondly, it's also possible to read Joseph's genealogy in the context of the Tanakh's law of levirate marriage. Levirate marriage is described in Deuteronomy 25:5. If brothers are living together and one of them dies without a son, his widow must not marry outside the family. Her husband's brother shall take her and marry her and fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to her. In other words, this law states that a brother of a man who died should marry his brother's widow to produce heirs for him. So in this case, Heli, Joseph's father, according to Luke's genealogy, and Jacob, Joseph's father, according to Matthew's genealogy, were either brothers or half-brothers. When one died, the other married his widow, producing Joseph and his offspring. This would have left Joseph with two fathers, both Heli and Jacob, one of a natural father, the other a legal father. From the text, we can't tell which one is his natural father and which one is the legal father. The important point is that this could explain why Joseph might have had two fathers and therefore two distinct genealogies, given one in Matthew, one in Luke. All right? That's what I came up with. This makes sense because there is a problem there.
The kinsman, it's the kinsman redeemer. Isn't that basically what that is? Okay.
Okay. And isn't there somewhere in scripture that says Yahushua is our kingdom's redeemer? Kingsman redeemer?
I end my prayers with that.
Somewhere, yeah, in scripture it says so, that he is. So that could be, that's an interesting statement as well. Anybody got anything else on that? Okay. This is kind of important because that comes up once in a while. Why there's Yahushua had two genealogies. They are different. All right. So I hope everybody stayed with that and I didn't lose nobody on that one. Okay. And number 3 says, and I witness again to every man being circumcised that he is a debtor to do the entire Torah. All right. So who wants to clarify that for us? Just say I'm a non-believer, or I'm a Baptist, and I've never heard this kind of stuff before. So I say, oh, look at here. It says, and I witness again to every man being circumcised. So you're following the Torah if you're circumcised in my mind, right? That he is a debtor to do the entire Torah. And we know you can't do that. So if you try to live by the entire Torah, you're going to perish, in my mind. Go ahead, Toria.
Again, I'm going to say that it was about the flesh. If they're going to live in the flesh, they have to live by the flesh of the Torah. And if they're going to live in the Ruach, then there will be of the Ruach.
Yeah, he's a debtor. Every man being circumcised.
Being that the Torah is inside of us now.
Yeah. And he is a debtor to do the entire Torah. So that means circumcision doesn't mean anything?
No, because he's circumcised our hearts.
Okay, so a different circumcision. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
Well, I have a question about the Levitical priesthood no longer existing. So I'm the only one here with long hair as a male, and I'm not saying I'm Nazarite or anything, but from Torah it says not to trim your hair or not to let the corners of your head be cut. I can't grow a beard, but if you like, isn't there a passage that says you must keep your hair short to not look like a woman? Just kind of struggling. I haven't cut my hair since COVID lockdown, so I just don't go get my hair cut anymore.
That's funny you've mentioned that, because I did a lot of study on that also. And being that the woman's hair is her veil, you know, I stopped cutting my hair also. But doing research on the side of hair and what it does for your body, and there's positive energy that is created out of your hair. And it's actually quite amazing, because in scripture with Samson, there was a reason for the hair, not just his strength, but there's actually magnetic power in the hair. And there's a reason why he's given us hair. There's a reason why he's given us, you know, hair on all of our body. I just don't understand why the world is insisting that we cut it all off. Shave your arms now. They say shave your chest now. Everything is, they're just deleting it.
Wax.
But I believe, being that we are positive, the earth is positive, and we're not connecting anymore. I believe at one time when we were connecting, all of these things must have been some type of healing product that he has created.
Also with the natives, they would have long hair. The warrior natives would like hunt, and the wind is able to be read off blowing hair, you know, and they're able to gauge a little better. They're more connected to the ground. Like they would not wear shoes when they're hunting.
Because I also think, because remember it says something about binding their hair, and like as in braids and such. I think because they were doing that, it was stopping the flow of something. Like you said, the flow of the hair, the wind, it creates, you know, energy. That's why you get shocked when you touch something. You know, I think that's why he was trying to say when they were binding their hair, is they were stopping whatever was healing their bodies. Just very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, and we're talking Torah here now, okay? The scriptures of truth. You're going to find your answer in 1 Corinthians chapter 11. Remember, we studied that. We had a pretty good conversation about, although we focused on the women, there's definitely verses here applying to the man too. And in Torah, it tells a man not to shave the corners of his beard off, which by definition would probably mean you need to have a full beard, but you can trim it short or have it long, but you should have a full beard. Now, if you can't grow a beard, okay, or a full beard, then I would say you are in compliance, or you're obedient to Yahuah by default, because he designed you that way. So if he made you that way, he's not going to. I don't see him punishing you or saying that you're wrong because you can't grow a beard that he didn't give you to grow. So we got to apply some common sense here. Okay. But I think the answers you're seeking is in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, if you want to read that later on.
Yep.
Verse 14 says, does not convention itself teach you that if a man indeed has long hair, it is a disrespect to him? So read the whole chapter in context, get the full picture. It also tells us we're not supposed to shave our head on the other side of the coin. So we're not supposed to shave our head either. Okay. So how long is permissible? I don't know, man. I have no idea.
I'm sorry to get us so backtracky, but Adam and Yahuah, right?
Yeah.
Her hair would cover. I mean, her hair would grow down to her midsection to where it's all covered just from her hair, which is what I think the length limit might be. Like past your knees is probably too long, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I know about there's a limit for women, but
no, not women. I mean men.
Hair covering,
Yeah.
A men don't need a covering. So like I said, go to 1 Corinthians 11.
Okay.
It says in 7, for a man indeed should not cover his head, since he is in the likeness and esteem of Yahuah. But the Asha is the esteem of man, for man is not from Asha, but Asha from man. Okay, and it's a symbol of authority for her. But a man is not to cover his head. Okay. That would be with a hat, a scarf, maybe long hair, whatever, especially if you're prophesying or teaching Torah. Then you're not supposed to cover your head. That's why I don't have a hat on my head right now. Maybe I'm a zealot. Maybe I'm a zealot. I don't know. Some people have called me that and worse. Anybody else?
Again, I believe it's the flesh and the spiritual again.
Yes, definitely a flesh and a spiritual.
Yeah, and the world is just taking it to a whole nother twist. What they just deem as a man who is proper. Man has decided what is proper and what is not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, William.
Here's an interesting thought or definition that I just came across. It says, hair does not decompose. Because of this, hair was a symbol of eternal life and a reminder of morality and immorality.
Wow. That's cool. Anybody else? Okay, let's get back to chapter 5 now. Toria, if you want to continue on.
Okay, verse 4. You who are declared right by Torah have served yourself from Mashiach. Oh my goodness. Severed yourselves from Mashiach. You have fallen from favor. For we in Ruach, by belief, eagerly wait for the expectation of righteousness.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, this is a very critical verse to understand right here. We got to get that. Number 4, you who are declared right by Torah have severed yourselves from Mashiach. So those of you who are declared right by Torah. So this is self-righteousness. They're declaring themselves right by Torah. You see that? So they're not being declared right by somebody else. It's self. They're declaring themselves right, themselves. See, you who are declared right. So you're declaring yourself right by Torah. Or it could be from a high priest, maybe, or a priest or something. The possibility remains.
The Torah doesn't declare, right?
Yeah, you are
It's men who declare.
who are declared right by Torah. Okay, and then we got to understand: is he talking about the 5 book of Moses here again? Now, is he? I don't think so. I think he's talking about male circumcision here, folks. You who are declared right by Torah, animal blood offerings or male circumcision, man, not the 5 books of Moses, has severed yourselves from Mashiach. You have fallen from favor. You have lost your salvation, your deliverance. You have fallen away. Okay, so I think it's extremely important here that we see that this declared right by Torah is animal blood sacrifices that then thinks removing their sins, and they don't even remove unintentional sins anyway. It never did do anything for intentional sin, and they have severed themselves from Mashiach, which means they've lost their salvation. He's the only way to Yahuah, and deliverance is Yahusha. So if you sever yourself from the Yahusha, you're in big trouble. So what's going on then? So here's a division. If you're trying to become delivered through adult male circumcision and animal blood offerings, you've severed yourself from Mashiach, and you've fallen from favor of him. So now you're under the mercy of the Torah. And if you are living by the Torah, then you have to live by the entire Torah. You better go get some chickens and doves and get ready to do some animal sacrificing. If you're going to sever yourself from the Mashiach. Okay, so then it says, for we in Ruach, by belief, eagerly wait for the expectation of righteousness. There you go. So if we in Ruach, in the Mashiach, by belief of his blood, by his powerful blood, eagerly wait for the expectation of righteousness. His righteousness in us, him living in us to make us righteous. We become righteous by his righteousness, not our own righteousness, and we receive immortality. Go ahead, Tad.
If that person who is declared right by Torah is declaring themselves right by Torah, wouldn't they also be under the same penalty as Torah, which was death before Mashiach came?
Absolutely. Because it never worked. That's why they kept doing it over and over and over and over and over, because it never worked. Of course, they're still under the penalty of sin and death. Go ahead, AJ.
That's why all through the scriptures, from the emissaries, speaking about the Torah, is a tutor. It never could save. It was just to keep people in line for a time until Yahushua came and laid his life down. The whole thing is ceremonial laws and blood sacrifices done away with. He's the last sacrifice. There are no more sacrifices. When people that still do sacrifices, they just don't believe in what Yahusha has done. That's why they're still spiritually dead. Amen.
No. So they're still believing in the animal blood sacrifices. They don't have belief in the blood of the lamb, the power of Yahusha's blood. All right. And they may not even believe in that permanent sacrifice that ever came. Maybe they're still looking for the Mashiach. They're not acknowledging that he already came, you know. But we have to make sure here now, Natsarim, that we aren't seeing the division between the Torah of Moshe, okay, the first 5 books of Moshe in the Tanakh, versus the Torah of the old priesthood that was outside of the ark. This is two totally different things. Don't lose sight of that, or you're going to get mixed up in this book, this letter of Galatians. It's going to spin your mind. You have to keep those two things separate in your mind. You have to understand that. It's extremely important. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, maybe just to reiterate what I mentioned last week, Mount Sinai, 2 different books, the Book of the Covenant, 10 Commandments, inside the Ark of the Covenant, and the Book of the Law, a schoolmaster, a taskmaster, and a witness of the sin against Israel placed on the outside of that. And it was given to them so that they could recognize their sin and walk the way that he wanted them to walk, to be a set apart people from all of the rest of the pagan stuff that was going on in the world. They could be recognized by their behavior and what they believed in and what they were doing that set them apart from the rest of the pagan world. But he knew they were ultimately going to transgress that. That's why the Messiah had to come as the last priest in the order of Melchizedek at the baptism by John the Baptism. He was placed in that position as the last atoning high priest, and his covenant was reestablished as the eternal covenant. And all of that Torah stuff in the book of the law went away, but what was inside the Ark of the Covenant is forever, all eternity.
Go ahead, Raul.
It might be, I guess, playing devil's advocate, but how do you explain to someone that is following the circus, where do you explain that in scripture it tells you that he is talking only about circumcision and the sacrifice?
Brother Lou? Brother Lou, can you answer that, please?
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, and repeat the question.
The question is, if someone from, let's say, the Mother Circus, Catholic, comes to you and says, where do you find in scriptures that Paul is only talking about animal sacrifice and circumcision? How do you prove that to them?
That's what we're dealing with all through this. Is Galatians is a focal point, actually, as Mark has been pointing out. The misunderstanding of the word Torah or Torah is the principal problem, and there's like 3 different things that it could be. It could be the temple, where people went to offer animal blood. That's gone. You can't do it. And he's making sure that you can't get it built again. He's stopping that. That would be an abomination, and trampling the blood of Mashiach underfoot to build the temple, and then to walk into an empty chamber and say, well, where's the ark? Well, isn't the Ark of the Covenant the most important part of the puzzle? You know, it's the law that's inside. Well, the covenant, Torah, the truth, and but you can't really get to I don't think you can get to them. I tried with my parents and my family for decades to explain to them, and I was raised in the same circus that they were. The sacraments were what we were expected to go receive. They're under a stronghold that is so strong that they're completely deceived. You can't really go to a scripture because my dad, for example, was a good man, and I respect him. And but when I would tell him something that was against his understanding, they receive what we call it's a traumatic feeling mentally for them when they hear the truth, because see, they're living according to lies, and they have a psychotic breakdown inside their mind. They can't listen, and they're blocking it. You know, it's what's the psychological term for that? I had a video on that. I've already
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance. Thank you, Ted. Cognitive dissonance is a feeling of very strong mental strain because they're opening up boxes in their head that shouldn't be opened up together. That's the way I explained it to myself 35 years ago. That when I had one box of information that I believed in my mind open, and I was examining that box of information in my mind, and then I had another box that I knew was true also, one of them had to go. You know, I can't hang on to JESUS and Yahushua. I have to decide which one's true. And that's the blockage that they have. And a lot of the people that we deal with in the world around us, when we explain to them, Yahushua is his name, he doesn't have any other name. And this other name is unscriptural. It's not inspired. Well, it knocks them back. They can't understand this. It's because reality for them is the fantasy world. And I don't think there's a way to do it scripturally. There's a lot of places in Galatians you could re-explain it. Mashiach is the goal of the law, not the end of the law, you know? And that's done by interpretation and translations. And
Also, like when he said he didn't come to change the law, he came
to fulfill it.
I understand. Well,
Right.
kind of my Catholic sister called me that I was worshiping the devil.
Oh, boy. Because you obey commandments. Can you imagine Yahuah punishing you because you obeyed his commandments? It's crazy. William has a question.
Thank you, Lou. I just maybe wanted to back up what Lou was saying, and the question that Raul had can be a very confusing question. If we look at the dispensation of covenants throughout time and who they were given to and how they were given, is a way that we can maybe help them to recognize what Paul is saying here in Galatians 5 is he's basically saying that all this law stuff in the book of the law and the ceremonial law was done away with because of the blood of Mashiach. But how do we understand the dispensation of what these covenants actually were throughout time, and who were they given to, and how long were they supposed to last? Was it for all eternity, or was it something that was given to man as a conditional agreement that he knew they were going to break, so the covenant was going to be broken? Okay, but then the circus embraced them as a form of power, money, and control to manipulate people in religious points of view, all the way to this very second that we're sitting here talking about that. Okay, so I think we went to this last week, and I want to go back to it again because this talks about how it's dispensated, how it's put out there, and who it's given to, and why it was given to them. Deuteronomy 5, verse number 1 says, "And Mashiach called all Yisrael and said to them, Hear, O Yisrael, the laws and the directives which I speak in your hearing today, and you shall learn them and guard to do them. Yahuah our Elohim made a covenant with us in Koreb. Yahuah did not make this covenant with our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which was the covenant promise of the 10 Commandments, but with us, those who are here today, all of us who are alive. Yahuah spoke with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of fire." So there was a group of people that came out of Egypt that were at Mount Sinai that he was directly speaking to, because that was the remnant of Israel that came out of Mitzrayim, who were living in slavery and paganism. Okay, and he was specifically speaking to them. That law, the book of the law, was specifically given to them, once again, as a witness against them. And that was what they were supposed to do, so the rest of the world could recognize that they were being set apart for a specific purpose. But that all goes away because of the blood of the cross or the stake. And a lot of people don't understand that, probably for the one main reason, because they don't read this. They don't read the book. Does that help at all? There is a way to see how this covenant was made for a specific purpose, and that covenant was made for another specific purpose that was then abolished by man because they transgressed it. But the circus held on to that idea because it was money, power. And then we go to the coming of the Messiah, which Yahuah knew from the beginning of all things, that when he had him die, when he was murdered, and that blood was the covering for all of this. But the Ten Commandment, the covenant was made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, goes on for forever.
Thank you, William.
Go ahead.
I think people, when you talk about the J-Man and the difference, they get offended. And that's definitely, many will be offended of my name. So they're being offended now because it's uprooting their whole family history of worship or whatever, you know, and it's just so, it disrupts them so much. There's only one way that they can be reached, and that's through Yahusha calling them and teaching the Father's name. He teaches the Father's name through himself, and then we teach the Father's name, and they may scoff and they may think you're crazy, but then 5 years from now, all of a sudden they awaken and realize what's going on. I think that's what it is, that offense. It's just offending so much their belief system. So that's why the name is the key, and they'll accept the name when he lets them do it. And that's another thing they don't like, because we like it, but they don't like the fact that they're going to have to turn over every bit of their being and submit to him. And they want control because they've been taught control their whole life. And we have no control over that. He has all the control. We give everything up to him because he's our Father. So if you don't come as a child, you're not going to understand. So you got to come to him as a child and humble and stay as a child. As I ask him for everything. I was looking for something earlier this week, and I asked him where it was, and I can't find it. It's Toria, you'll like this. It's a muffler for my S1000, and I got to put it back on, the original stock one. Anyway, so he lets me stew 2 or 3 days, and all of a sudden I look up, and there it is right in front of me, literally. So he has to chuckle, because let me tell you what I want to tell you. So I don't know. That's just my take on it. So thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Go ahead, Cato.
Yeah, just real quick, pointing out Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not know the name of Yahuah. So for them to not have the covenant as the citizens of Israel did, is that any correlation? Like to know the name and the covenant?
Where are you getting that Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov did not know the name of Yahuah? Where are you finding that at?
By name, 6:3, Exodus 6:3.
What is it?
Exodus 6:3. I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Jacob as El Shaddai, and by my name, Yahuah, I was not known to them.
Okay, well, somebody that has a BYV, read that exact verse back to Cato.
I got it too.
What's happening, Cato, is that's an error in punctuation. It's very important to understand this, so hang loose with that. Let me go to that who has a BYV.
All right. I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and Jacob as El Shaddai, and by my name, Yahuah, I was not known to them. That was a question. Exactly.
Okay. Oh, hey, Tad, you got it? Who's got it?
I just read it.
And I appeared to Abraham, to Yishak, and to Jacob as Al Shaddai, and by my name Yahuah was I not known to them. It's a question.
See the comma in the question.
Was I not known to them?
It becomes a matter of punctuation. Okay, and so that's an error. What translation you reading that out of?
Oh, I got both, and I guess I read them both incorrectly, but I got BYV, and this is the ISR. Scriptures.
Okay. All right. Read them both right now. Compare them and notice the comma and the question mark.
No, they're both there. They're both there. I think I just read it wrong. It's my fault.
Okay, we'll reread it.
Okay. And I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Jacob as Al Shaddai. And by my name, Yahuah, was I not known to them. And I also established my covenant with them and to give them land of Canaan, so on.
So this is saying that they did know his name.
And by him using the word also, he's saying, yes, they were known, plus I established my covenant. Because he uses that word also.
Yeah, way back in Genesis somewhere, it states that men began to call on the name of Yahuah. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I can't remember where that verse is, but way back somewhere.
11 something. The first mention of Yahuwah, right?
Oh, yeah, back when men began to call upon the name of Yahuwah. It's back in Genesis somewhere.
It's as early as 2, Genesis 2.
Yeah.
That's the first sighting.
No, he did take his name out of their mouth because they were calling on Baal, but then he put it back in your mouth. So,
okay, sorry about that. Thank you, guys.
Period where he took his name away, but then Yahusha gave it back. When the Messiah came, he gave it back. Okay, so now we're all calling back the name of Yahuwah again. Okay, go ahead, Tad.
I just had what I thought might be a simple answer for Brother Raul. You had asked, how do you explain that he's talking about, circumcision? If you just simply take them, it's in the context of the letters that they're actually trying to prove that it's the Torah. Well, look how many times he mentions circumcision. Might that not be what he's talking about here? How many times does he mention that it's, circumcision, like Brother Mark pointed out?
Yeah, but the problem that Rule's trying to say is in their translation, they call it the law. And so if they're showing it in his, they say law, they don't even say Torah. So here comes the problem. But see, now you have to back up and you have to explain that's an error. That's not supposed to say law. And
it's just translation error.
Instructions, yes.
Translation error. Now, if you go there, Rule, you better back up about 6 feet. Okay, in case he wants to swing at you and hit you in your nose.
Okay. The problem is, it's my sister, my elder sister.
Yeah. Well, people out there believe that the King Jimmy fell from the Shemayim down into the hands of the Catholic priests, right? Now, go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, that and the word covenant. They're living out of the Old Testament to the New Testament. You could explain to them, because that's simple. To tell them what the word is from the Hebrew to the word covenant, and then the renewed covenant, the Brit Hadashah. That was always for me an easy way to explain that it wasn't an old or a new, that was the actual covenant. And they will know, if they're Christians, there was a covenant made with Yahusha. He didn't, and it says it was renewed. It never said it was abolished. He renewed it.
Yeah.
So I find that an easy way to explain. And then you could always, unfortunately, so many people don't know about the books that were removed, but the book of Adam and Eve specifically says that the flesh was put upon their body, which is that's the curse. It's all about the flesh. You got a flesh, and you can't come to the Father without being in the Ruach. That's in the old, that's in the new.
Go ahead, Brother Lou.
Ask it. Yeah. The real trouble is because of the idea of dispensations. And that was started back with Marcion in the 2nd century, an Alexandrian sun worshiping kind of guy. Marcion taught that the deity of the writings that were written up to from what they call Genesis through Malachi, was a separate set of writings about an evil, mad, angry deity that was cruel. And Marcion started something. He was considered a heretic at first, but you see his writings caught on. And Marcion established this thought process. It's a mental stronghold that there's an Old Testament or an Old Covenant that pertains to the writings. But he divided Scripture. And what happened was the Natsarim writings, that's what I call them, because they're letters of the first Natsarim followers. And it's not a New Testament. It's not a new covenant. The blood of Yahusha is the covenant, and the blood of animals is the old covenant. But you see, people don't understand this. And Christian teachers, theologians, seminaries, for centuries have been embedding people's thoughts with the idea that there's an old and a new in the writings. The writings can't be divided. Yahusha told us this. You cannot divide Scripture. Well, Marcion divided Scripture, and that was a 2nd century elder from Alexandria. But in the recent centuries, the dispensational teachings, which I have in this book, Spiritual Captivity, I talk about it near the middle of the book. This guy named Darby in the 1830s proposed the idea that this Marcion, he didn't mention Marcion, but he mentioned the idea of a dispensation where we're now Israel, and that's the replacement theology. And then this other guy, his name was, let me get his name here. His name is John and Cyrus. This John Darby and Cyrus Schofield. Schofield had a replacement theology based upon this guy's dispensational teachings from 70 years earlier, and he was ignoring Yirmiyahu or Jeremiah 31, that the covenant is never going to end with his people Israel. Well, Schofield proposed the idea that Christianity, in their disobedience, is the new Israel. And that's one of the things that my family would regurgitate back at me. I asked my family, who is Israel? And he said the Catholic Church. Okay. That's coming directly from these two characters here, the dispensational replacement theology people. And in their sin and rebellion, the Catholics and the Christians, even though they don't obey, they're considered Israel, and they don't even have to obey. They just do these sacraments and this made-up stuff. So the replacement theology is that you can be disobedient now. He rejected Israel before. Israel was completely rejected and he divorced them because of their disobedience. And now here's these new people that have got a whole new program going in their own minds, and they're disobedient, but he accepts them, and he's replaced his own people. But in Yirmiyahu 31, it says very clearly that he will never forget his covenant with his people. And if anybody ever thinks that, then they're going to be able to search out the heavens, search out the earth. That's not going to happen, you know.
Go ahead, AJ. Go ahead, AJ.
I only get back to when I was 8 years old. And I met a lot of people, family, especially family, that I had problems with what I was bringing to them. Rule, it's very difficult sometimes to talk to people about real truth, since all of us on the Zoom and in the chat received this information all ours. And the people got it mixed up. What keeps coming back to me, Yahushua said, I will write my law on your heart. Not the ceremonial laws, not the blood sacrifice laws, but the other book of the Torah, the important parts that he didn't do away with. He said, I'll write it on your heart so you would love it. When he came into us, he turned our stony heart to mush, pliable, and we received it gladly. Those are the important things I think about, so I don't get tripped up with the circus, because I understand what they're doing and what they continually are doing to society. They want to keep people blinded with lies. Like I said before, I don't know if you heard me, I was baptized. I made that confession of faith, and I was still spiritually dead until the Ruach came into my life and opened up my spiritual eyes and spiritual ears. It's English, we read it, but the words are spiritually discerned. The only one can open and unlock the key into the scriptures is Yah, not a man. Yahushua unlocks the key, not a man. That's why it's hard for people to understand. The Father knows who he wants, and he brings them in your path, and they're ready to hear something. If you're not ready to hear, you're not going to hear. But the Father knows who wants to hear. And he have his children in different places all around the world, at the grocery store, at the gas station, not to preach a sermon, but just to give them a word, to get them to seek. That's what I find out, how he does things. We don't knock on doors. We don't seek people out because we don't know who's looking for them. It's a waste of time. He does the running. He does the jumping over the fence. He looks for us. He swims. He crawls in the dirt and the muck and mire and finds us. Because when we are lost, we're not looking for him. So I just wanted to say that to help you understand. It's people that call themselves Catholics, Christians, unless the Ruach pulls them out. The Father is the only one can open up our hearts. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen. Amen.
Good job. That was so awesome how you said that, AJ. Good job. That's so true. That's so true. Because sometimes don't say anything. You just don't say it. And then you say it the times you're led to say it. Yeah, exactly. Casting, wisdom before swine. Maybe, I don't know if that's out of context with that scriptural, but casting pearls before swine, you say it when he leads you to say it. Otherwise you don't say it.
Go ahead, Toria.
I find that so interesting because I believe that, and I believe the circuses have twisted it to where they believe they need to go door to door. They believe they need to be standing on the street corners planting seeds, but that's not what he said. Yeah, we plant it because he brings them to us. He plows it, and he uses us to plant that seed And then he's the one that waters it. He's the one that cultivates it, but he brings them to us. I definitely believe that, because like you said, if I go shopping, I don't go out and just start telling somebody. They say something that triggers, and they say something else, and you're like, what is this? And you have that door, and it just flows out. You don't think about it. It's like he said, he will give you those words. And it could be somebody who's doesn't know anything or knows a little, but it's not for us. I've often wondered, I have such a small little world here. How would he use me? And like AJ said, at the grocery store, at the feed store, just by chance. So, I mean, we're not to go out and do our own will. He's going to bring them to us to do his will. I love that. And I have a question for Lou. You said that he will write, he said, I will write the law on your heart. Where is that? Because I think that would be an amazing share with somebody. Because, I mean, it's saying that he's going to write the laws on our heart. So I think that would be great to explain to somebody that they're not done away with, that he's putting it in your heart.
Yeah, I think it's in Ezekiel, Yechezkel. Let me look. I've got a way of searching that.
I use that with my mother, who still says the J man, and it made her really think. Tori, I'm glad you brought that up. And it's the scripture where it says, I'll take your heart of flesh and make it a heart of stone, because he's writing the commandments on your heart. And I don't think it's all at once. I think it's a journey, because I think some of them I still have to have written on my heart. You know what I'm saying?
Is that why he calls us sojourners?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think
it's in Hebrews 8:10. Hebrews 10:16 and Hebrews 8:10. And I think he's quoting this in 2 Corinthians 3:3. It is. It's Ezekiel 11:19 and Ezekiel 36:26. And it's mentioned again in Yirmiyahu 31:33. So there's a whole bunch of them.
Romans 6-8 too.
Yeah. 11:19 Ezekiel.
I got that out of Fossil Custom, Lou. When I was
renewed covenant, it's in about 6-7 different places.
Yeah, that really made a lot of sense. And then when I contemplated on that, I thought, I'll bet it's not all at once either. For each individual, it's we're all on that journey, Toria, and definitely.
Question for Luke.
Isn't it also said in Revelation too that we will not, I'm trying to remember the word, that you will not go door to door, that they will know, that every man will know. They don't have to go out. They don't have to tell anybody, because they will know. That they have to make that choice. Nothing is hidden. It's there. It's in our hands. Nothing is hidden. I think that's why he says they perish for lack of knowledge, because they choose not to.
I believe that verse is referencing the millennium reign.
Yeah, and your outward behavior and how you react to the world when you're in the spirit, nothing bothers you. And people, that's such a witness, because people are like, why aren't you angry? Why aren't you reacting to this? And they don't say in a fleshly manner, but they see something different. And then when you witness, maybe just in a slight, like Toria said, and like AJ said, it makes an impression on them. You're not a hypocrite standing on the corner, but yet you're, doing something else the next day that, you know what I mean? That type of thing. So.
Okay. Let me just wrap that up, everybody. It's just off the charts with knowledge today, and I'm really glad to see the growth. And I'm just sitting here in awe of all of you, and Yahushua's definitely speaking through all of you. Before we continue to read here now, let me just sum all this up for all, because I've been sitting there watching your facial expressions. And I just want, do you have a pencil and pen there? A paper and pen? Okay, look, in the salutation of Galatians, like Lou said, when they start talking about circumcision, this is the main theme of scriptures as far as circumcision goes. It's Galatians. It's where they go to. And so in the salutation or the opening verses, Paul begins this letter and he begins to unveil what his letter is about when he wrote it to the Galatians. And you're going to read verse 2, 3, chapter 2, 3, 2, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9, and 2, 12. That's going to set the conversation, okay? And then he's going to close it. The valediction, if you will, is going to be chapter 5, 3, 5, 6, 5, 11, 6, 12, 6, 13, and 6, 15. Okay, all these verses will confirm that the book of Galatians is about male circumcision and animal blood offerings. Okay, once you've established that, you want to show them that the Torah doesn't mean the entire book of Moshe, the 5 books of the Torah. It's not talking about that. It's talking about a specific set of instructions pertaining to a certain law. And the way that you're going to prove that, you're going to go to Romans, write this down, Romans 7, 1 through 6. So if we go to Romans 7, 1 through 6, it's going to say, or do you not know, brothers, for I speak to those knowing the Torah, that the Torah rules over a man as long as he lives. Okay, and so they're going to think this is meaning the whole book of Moshe, but it's going to explain that it does not. So then it's going to say, for the married Asha. Now he's giving an example of what he's talking about when he says Torah. For the married Asha has been bound by Torah to the living husband. But if her husband dies, she's released from the Torah only concerning her husband, specifically, not the entire 5 books of Moshe. Only from a specific part of the instructions. See, that's what this is saying. So then while her husband lives, she shall be called an adulteress if she becomes another man's. But if her husband dies, she is free from that part of the Torah, not the entire Torah, so that she is not an adulteress having become another man's. Okay, so this is explaining that the command here is not talking about the entire 5 books, first books of the Torah. It's just specific law. See, so this plainly shows us now how Paul talks. So you can show them that. I mean, that's pretty clear right there. That's not hard to understand. It's not talking about the entire Tanakh. It's speaking of a specific instruction within the Torah, the entire 5 books of Moshe, within Moshe. Okay, so my brothers, you also were put to death to the Torah through the body of Mashiach, for you to become another one's, the one who was raised from the dead, that we should bear fruit to Yahuah. So this is not saying to be put to death to the entire 5 books of Moshe, it's to the death of the Torah through the body of Mashiach. Get rid of the instructions of the animal bloods, and now you're under the instructions of the coming Lamb of Yahuah through his blood. So just that specific part of the Torah, which is the old priesthood, ceremonial laws. See, it tells it right there. See, and so then you continue on with it, and you say, for you to become another is the one who was raised from the dead, that we should bear fruit to Yahuah, from when we were living in the mind of the flesh, the passions of sins through the Torah, we're working in our bodies to bear fruit to death. But now we have been released from the Torah, having died to what we were held by, so that we should serve in newness of Ruach and not in oldness of letter, not in the old instructions of the priesthood, but the newness that came with the death of Yahushua. You see that? So
Thank you.
That's one of the best places to go to this, from what you're asking.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Let's get going here on this chapter 5 there, Toria. You remember where you left off?
I do. It's verse 6. For in Mashiach Yahushua neither circumcision nor uncircumcision has any strength, but belief working through love. You were running well. Who held you back from obeying the truth? That persuasion does not come from him who calls you. A little leaven leavens all the lump. But I trust in you, in the Master, that you shall have no other mind, and he who is troubling you shall bear his judgment, whoever he is, over adult male circumcision. And I, brothers, if I still proclaim circumcision, why am I still persecuted? Then the stumbling block of the stake has been set aside. Oh, that those who disturb you would emasculate themselves.
Okay, hold on right there. Why'd Paul say that? Anybody?
People were being childish.
I trust in you, in the Master, that you shall no other mind, shall have no other mind, and he who is troubling you shall bear his judgment, whoever he is. So whoever's telling you that you have to do more than believe in Yahushua, you have to have adult male circumcision, right? Follow the old ways, the old law. And I, brother, if I still proclaim circumcision, why am I still persecuted? So even if he says you should still get circumcised, you're still persecuting him. And then he could also, speaking of spiritual circumcision here when he's saying that. But then the stumbling block of the stake has been set aside. Okay. So there's no longer a stumbling block. Or that those who disturb you would emasculate themselves. That means cut it all off totally. Gone. Not just a little piece of the skin, foreskin, but the entire genitals. Everything. Cut it all off. If you can be saved by circumcision, then cut it all off to ensure your salvation. Is what he's saying here. Now, why would Paul say something like that? Go ahead, William.
I'm maybe seeing that a little bit different on, that those who would disturb you, who are in conflict with you about the circumcision, you would emasculate themselves, which could be making them weaker or less effective in their argument.
It also says, when I looked up the definition, to make weaker or less effective, but it also says that it is merely a shadow of its former self.
So he just wants them to go away.
Yeah. So what's going on, man, is that he's telling them to cut it all off because he's getting sick and tired of hearing them say that they have to be circumcised in order to get deliverance. That's why he went to Jerusalem and confronted the council, the Jerusalem council. He's sick and tired of it, man. We got to look at the whole picture, the big picture, not just a little tiny look through the keyhole type thing here. We got to open it up. Go ahead, Tad.
And weren't the teaching authorities at that time self-castrating anyway, like the head of the circus, Origen. Weren't they doing that stuff to a common practice to make sure that they were saying, hey, we're the teaching authority?
Yeah, they're trying to control. There's no doubt they want to maintain control, and they like the esteem they get from acting like they know it all and telling people how to be delivered, how to enter the reign by being circumcised. That's why Paul's frustrated. You see the exclamation mark? He's saying, man, those people are teaching you that you have to be circumcised. Why don't you just cut it all off? Why don't they just be totally be done with it then, if that's what's going to deliver you? See, he's done with it, man. He's reached his phase. I'm sick of you people going around telling everybody they have to get circumcised. If that's true, that you cut off a little piece of your foreskin and be delivered, then why don't you just go immaculate yourself, cut it all off, man, ensure your deliverance. Paul's fed up here, people. He ain't saying this like a little whining child. He's talking like a man here now. He's fed up. He's, I ain't taking this no more. If what you're saying is truth, go emasculate yourself and ensure your deliverance. That's what it's all about, man. AJ, go ahead.
Hey, Brother Mark, emasculate yourself, Paul said. Cut it off. You ain't got nothing to worry about. I said that was cool. Because like you said, he's finished with them. He said they're listening to this garbage. They going one way, then now they want to make a U-turn. For what? What are you going back into the elementary begging principles of the world for once you come out? Stay out of that mess. That's why I thank Yahushua HaMashiach and the Father Yahuah for his spirit of enlightenment to help us, to help others whenever we can, that is. We know a lot of people don't want truth, but like I said before, the Father knows who wants truth. He sends them to us in our various places wherever each and one of you are. And he wants y'all to have the truth correctly. So when you share like a passerby, you might just talk about how nice it is today. You say 2 words, here they, oh, I never heard that before. Would you like to know more? Some will say, yeah, or some will be a little tentative, but they'll say, okay. But I do remind them, if you want to know truth, you will be held accountable for it. Once you hear it, you're a done deal. You can't say you ain't heard it. If you disregard it, it's on you as an individual. But yes, I shared it. The main thing is the Father showed me every day. I've been giving the fossilized customs to people, not just handing them out. I pray over the book that I got from Luke, and I've been giving them to people. I asked the Father, who can I give this to? I ain't looking for nobody because I don't know you. So he sends them across my path in the supermarket, in Starbucks when I'm reading. They look at the book and say, oh, what's that? I said, you want to know? I said, I'm a little bit. They said, oh, I like to have one of those. I said, are you sure? Are you sure? Because where you're at now, it's going to turn your world upside down like it did me when I first read the 4th edition. You're not going to be the same. You might be hated by some of your family members, but that's okay. The one who created breath, he will help you and he will carry you through. That's all I got to say about that one.
Yeah, and here we're kind of overlooking the the 11th verse here, guys. And I, brothers, if still proclaim circumcision, why am I still being persecuted? And the stumbling block of the stake has been set aside. Okay, so what Paul is saying here is that just a little leavens the whole lump. Just a little bit of men's traditions or religious ceremonies is going to mess the entire Besorah of Yahushua up. It's going to mess the whole thing up. Okay, and so we don't have room for error. We can't put male circumcision or blood animal offerings into the Besorah of Yahushua. It's separate. If you put a little in there, you're going to mess up the entire message. Okay, and then he's saying here in 11 basically that circumcision is still good for obedience, okay, but not for deliverance. Okay, and then he's saying the people that are disturbing you or making you confused with a little bit of leaven, they need to go cut it all off. If that's what they're preaching, if that's what they think, then they should go cut it all off. Okay, they'd have even more of a chance of being delivered if just a little bit works. Then why not just cut it all off and ensure your deliverance? Okay, and then he goes down into a more excellent way when we begin into 13. Okay, so this is what we just read. This is what we got to understand, Natsarim. Anybody else on this? Nobody? Go ahead, Cato.
Isn't that what Messiah said? If your right hand offends you, cut it off.
Yeah.
Isn't that a reiteration or like an extreme of what Messiah was saying? Or is it an exaggeration?
I think it could fit into that same ballpark.
Okay. And also, is there a scriptural distinction between the circus and Israel?
Is there a what?
Like a distinction, is there anything in the text that says that Israel is different from the CHURCH?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just the Cretans are idiots and liars. They'll believe anything. I mean, that's a good distinction.
Okay.
I mean, we're not liars, right? We're truth seekers and truth speakers. And we don't believe every little false doctrine that comes our way. We believe what's written in the Besorah.
Lou, what does your translation say with the word church? Oops, sorry.
Okay. This translation that I have is using the word assembly, I believe. It means the same thing as congregation. It's the body of Yahushua, the followers, the Natsarim. They're all the body, and we're all brothers and sisters, and we're not above and below each other. So we shouldn't have a title. That's basically the concept that I was approaching this word, that the circus calls itself the CHURCH because they see themselves distinct from the laity. So they divided the body into, well, their idea of the body, they're not even in the body, but they have this hierarchy that is in charge, and that's the principalities, or echelons of authority. And it starts with the papacy, and then all their little things, and then all the Protestants have their little you're in, you're out, make sure you stay in these doctrinal lines, and they're the authority, and they bequeath authority to teach. And those are Nicolaitans, or they conquer the people, and the people are the common people that support the whole thing, and where the people empower them because they keep giving them gold and energy, to build things and erect idols, and they perpetuate the lies, and it's just a horrible thing because what they call the tithe is given entirely to the hierarchy, and that's not what the tithe is, but that's what they do. But my word in here, I think, is basically the assembly, and it refers to the all the people that are followers and obedient people.
Thank you.
And Rebecca brings up a good point here, correlation. Galatians 1:14, the traditions of Paul's fathers. Okay. And so where we read here in 10, where it says, and he who is troubling you shall bear his judgment, whoever he is. He's going to be judged by his teachings, what he's teaching people that they have to do, which is to get circumcised. So he's saying this guy's going to be judged at the white throne judgment for telling you that. Okay. Yahuah knows. That's basically what Paul's turning it over to Yahuah. So look at what Rebecca's saying here in 1:6. I marvel that you are so readily turning away from him who called you in the favor of Mashiach to a different Besorah, which is not another. Only there are some who are troubling you and wishing to pervert the Besorah of Mashiach. How? By putting a little leaven in there. A little leaven ruins the whole bunch, right? So what's the little leaven? It's male circumcision. You have to be male circumcised to be delivered, is what somebody is teaching, man, these new converts. And it started in 1:6, and he's still talking about it in 5:10. The same thing, same subject. But at the time he gets to 5:10, now Paul's furious. He's sick and tired of it, man. He's slamming them now. Go ahead, Toria.
I'm sorry, I just noticed she put 14.
Oh, she put 14. Maybe that was Ruach telling me to go to 6. So here's 14. And I progressed in Yehudim pity beyond many of my age and my race, being more exceedingly ardent for the traditions of my fathers. Oh, okay. So he just he's just sharing that was taught these things, so he knows what he's talking about. That's what Paul's saying here. It's like, I grew up with this stuff. I know what I'm talking about, man. Adult male circumcision has nothing to do with the Besorah of Yahushua. That's what Paul's relating there. I know what I'm talking about. I grew up in it. I know more than you do about it, matter of fact, Mr. Circumcision. So that's what Paul's saying. Of course, I'm paraphrasing, right? Okay. So 2 good vital points coming out of the start of our study here that we seem to have forgotten about. Okay. Anything else on that before we move on? Okay, Toria, go ahead.
I just had a thought because Lou had mentioned that they were raised up, because he was asking about why they separate themselves and they put themselves up higher. It made me think of their buildings themselves by putting in the steeples, the obelisks. They're lifted up. They've raised themselves up above all. It's just their physical example of that they are above all in who they serve.
Wow. That's a good point. Yeah, why are they so obsessed with phalluses, with obelisks? What's their obsession? It got something to do with the circumcision. I mean, there seems to be some kind of worship of the phallus and circumcision going on here. That's a very good. Yeah, I never even thought of that, man. Interesting. Go ahead, Phil. No? Anybody else?
Well, I know that we got this many saved this weekend, that you hear a lot of that in the circus where it's all about, well, we had 20 people come supports.
No one's saved until judgment. I mean, that's what I believe.
Well, I think too, the word we. I think they're doing it.
self-righteousness, self-promotion. I mean, narcissist behavior, perhaps.
I think what NATO just said, that he just said nobody's saved. That's because we're all still in that rescue boat. Where it has not been finished. We aren't completely saved yet. We're still in that boat.
Right. Yeah.
We can all stumble to our destruction.
I'm sorry we're butchering your name today, Cato.
Did I say NATO?
Yeah, you said NATO.
And I know it's Cato. I don't know why I even said that.
I was calling him Kodo, so. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, that's why it says in the word, we must endure to the end, and then we be saved. We have some enduring to do. We have more living to do while we're here. Everything is not once saved, always saved, as I heard in these buildings. No. We have to endure until the end. We have to stay true to the message that was brought to us from the beginning and walk with it. I don't know if I'll make it, but I hope so. I'm not saying I will, because I haven't endured much yet. There's still some enduring I have to go through. So I pray that Yahuah give me the strength to do what I have to do to endure. That's all I can say about that one.
Well, and when you put him first and he walks before you, you have the power to endure. But the minute you push him aside and start walking ahead, that's when you're in trouble. Definitely. And that goes with the first instruction, thou shalt have no others before my face. And that includes us. It starts with us. So if he walks before you, you're fine. When you start to walk before him, then you're in trouble.
All righty.
Amen, Brother Phil. I like that.
Wasn't from me.
Okay, let's continue on, Toria.
Okay. Where did I go? Okay. Verse 13. For you, brothers, have been called to freedom. Only do not use freedom as an occasion for the flesh, but through love serve one another. For the entire Torah is completed in one word. This is, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. And if you bite and devour one another, aware lest you be consumed by one another.
Okay, hold up. All right. And we know we ain't going to pass that up. For the entire Torah is completed in one word, and this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Does that mean that the completion of the Torah is love? Loving others as yourself, your neighbor as yourself? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Okay, somebody want to explain that to us? For the entire Torah. Now, this ain't just saying Torah. He's saying entire Torah. So we must assume that he's talking about the first 5 books of Moshe here. In this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. And if you bite and devour one another, beware lest you be consumed by one another. Consumed means absorbed, encompassed, removed, eliminated. Anybody got any thoughts on this? This is powerful stuff.
Matthew 5:17, the entire Torah is completed in one word, and that was in Yahushua.
Yahushua is love.
He's the walking Torah.
Isn't it? Has anybody found it interesting that Yahusha always talks about the horizontal commands? He really never mentions the first greatest command, hardly ever. It's always the second. Why does he put so much emphasis on the second greatest command, to love your neighbor as yourself? Go ahead, Toria.
Because if we love others, we love him. We show that by example.
Oh, so we have to love others before we can love him. So the first command doesn't mean anything if we violate the second. So we have to start with the second, almost like the second born taking over the firstborn's position. Remember we were talking about that last week? What's going on with all that? Who else?
I believe you have to understand love by loving others.
Symbiotic.
Yeah, and I often pray. I mean, to love him is easy. To love others sometimes is very, very difficult. And you all know what I mean, not being presumptuous. But I'm telling you, get in the car and drive across town. It's a battle. It is a battle. And you just have to ask him for his forgiveness and comfort, because it's a tough one.
Just what you said is a good example. Just get in the car. Get in the car with a spouse. That could be a triumph for some.
Well, you know, Tori, you have to get on that motorcycle and drive through town and almost die like 5 times.
Okay, so when I get on the bike, it's only me. There's nobody to argue with.
I'm talking about all the things coming at you.
Oh yeah, we see it. People opening doors purposely. Satan is rampant.
Yep.
I'm on a scooter, so it's even worse. Slow motion.
Okay, just grab on behind me and I'll just take you with me, okay?
Okay, so is this telling us that if we obey the command, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, that we've completed the entire Torah? Does that give us a license to be partial to those to each other and to bite and devour those people across town, the walking zombies? Will we be consumed by them if we treat them worse than we treat each other?
Compassion is what we need.
What does the Yahuah need?
Well, because they may not be ready yet. They might be among the tares that have to be raised up. We cannot bring anyone down.
What Yahuah desire?
For all to come to him.
Stop sinning.
Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, Yahuwah's desire that no one perish, but all repent. And even those that we might have difficulty with, even if we can't talk to them, I just pray for them, that Yahuwah will open their heart and mind and show them the truth, a little truth, so they will be able to turn. Where I tell people that they really forget a lot of time, the Father, Yahushua, they're in the people business. If you're not in the people business, you're not his. He's in the people business. He loved his creation, his human creation, his animal creation, that's on the side. He loves them. He made them. But we are distinct from animal, insects. He loved his creation. He loved all of us. And he wants us to love everyone the same way. We only could do it in him. We can't do it apart from him. And those, like in my family, that's not lovable, actually. I still keep a line of communication open. I don't know when the Father might call them out. So we actually have to be ready to give an account for our actions and love them. We can love them more when they are called out because they're ready to hear. They're not so lovable in darkness. I wasn't, I know that, speaking for myself. Only when Yahuwah touched my heart and showed me how much of a wretch I was, I cried like a baby. and I asked him to please change me because I wasn't no good. I wasn't no good to myself, and I wasn't no good to nobody else. So once he does that, it's easy. It gets easy to love. But for those that don't hear you, you don't hate them. I don't have no ill feelings because I understand who I am and that the Father loves that unsaved person as well as he loves me. So I have to treat them right. I ain't got to take no mess, but I do have to treat them with respect. That's all.
Okay, I got a question for all of you. Since it says that the entire Torah is completed in one debar, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. And then up here in 3, it says, and I witness again to every man being circumcised that he is a debtor to do the entire Torah. So if we obey this debar, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Have we paid the debt of obeying the entire Torah and so therefore delivered?
I think so.
What was the question?
I think the example of loving others is to show that Yahuah is in us, or Yahusha is in us, and that's the example, outward example.
I had an expansion to that, what AJ said. What separates us from beasts is our ability to speak the word that comes out of our mouth that can defile us. And actions speak louder than words, but when it's time to speak, it's got to come from somewhere deep and not just filling in airspace, you know?
Got to come from the heart. And that's where it comes from. Truth comes from the heart. Me, I just say lies come from the head, but truth from the heart. Because it's the heart that the Father is after. When he changes that heart, we think different. Go ahead, Brother Lou.
Yeah, listen, I've seen people, especially women, that goes around and does things for homeless people and street people and so forth and so forth and orphans. And I can see the love in those women, that they deeply love those people. I mean, they're madly in love with those people, but yet they don't know Yahuah. Are they delivered because they obey the debar? You shall love your neighbor as yourself, and near the completion of the entire Torah for doing so? Go ahead, Lou White.
Yeah, I think that the point is who's on the throne of your heart. And that's indicated by the level of knowledge that people like you just mentioned have, this helpfulness to other people. He's sitting on their heart, but they don't have a lot of knowledge. But they've still, they're on that road, the path to eternal life. And the fact that the fruits of the Spirit that are actually being described in, what is it, chapter 5? Yeah. And chapter 5 is awesome. and he's talking to people that he's converted. Those fruits of the Spirit are not those people's fruits. They're Yahusha's fruits that are in them. And when you see that happening, because they have those fruits, because they have his Spirit, they're delivered. And they may not have a lot of knowledge, but that love and joy and peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and gentleness, it's all him. And he's in them. So that's how they have it. That's the main thing. We're never going to be perfect in our own efforts. We have to let him do everything that we have. And that's why we can stand the pressure and the criticism and the hate. And we just go, bless you, love you, I love you, thank you, and let me help you more. And they hate us even more sometimes until we break them. He breaks them because he prepares their heart. Because of our behavior, and that changes them. They go, man, there's nothing I can say. There's nothing I can do to you to make you hate me back. Because the one who hates is lost. But if they can make you hate them back, then they win. You know.
And it's wild that you would bring this question up, Mark, because the last probably 3 weeks I've been pondering on this very thing, that some people are just have that deep compassion for others. And there may not be a biblical word, sorry, but I didn't mean to say it like that, scriptural word coming out of their mouth, but their deeds are definitely of love. A deep love that's hard to explain, and a patience and perseverance, all these fruits of the Ruach that I just wrote down and I've been contemplating on while you guys have been talking. So it's cool. It's awesome.
My mother was a Buddhist monk, and she had every fruit of the spirit you can name, but she just wasn't there, you know.
I got a confession for you, real fast one. I have seen women with so much love for others. I have seen them hugging people that makes my skin crawl. Honestly, I mean, I'm confessing it to you. And I was in awe and marveled of the love of that woman displayed to that person that I wouldn't even approach, because they made my skin crawl just looking at them. They grossed me out. That's my confession. Go ahead, Raul.
What the way it came to me, when you have that kind of love, you're showing obedience to all the commandments. Because if you have love, you don't go out on your partner. When you have that love, you don't steal. When you have that love, you don't murder. When you have love, you don't want somebody else's property. When you understand. So it's a conglomerate of all the commandments. In my opinion, in what I can see.
So is these type people's love good enough for them to be delivered?
I think
They're obviously loving their neighbor as themselves, and that says it completes the entire.
I would think so, because I just think they're confused that they don't know the whole truth. But because, like, Yami has a sister that, yes, she is Catholic, but this woman cares for people that she doesn't even know going through, you understand? And then you kind of think to yourself, well, how can she be, I guess, condemned with all that love that she has?
Yeah, but scripture plainly says, my people perish from the lack of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Phyllis. What?
I just wanted to share a quick bit that years ago, we had a Christian family that we were friends with, and they were just one of those ooey gooey, sugar wouldn't melt in their mouth type of people. And the lady told me, she says, well, my mother is one of the nicest people I've ever known in my life. And if she's not good enough to go into heaven, I'm not going either.
It's an interesting concept, isn't it? Go ahead, AJ.
I know somewhere in the word it says people do the Torah without even knowing it. They love and don't understand a lot. With us that understand the Torah and been called out, we have, how should I say, much to watch out for, because we understand. We might not be in certain places hugging people. I believe that we all have a part to play, no matter where we are in our walk in life. maybe it's something that we can't do, or we can, but maybe we're not motivated in some kind of way to do that. Maybe we're motivated in other ways to do what we are good at in certain other areas of our life. Everybody is not the same in what they do and how they love. But I know more is put upon us that know better, that know the Torah. So we have to correct in our walk and just love wherever the opportunity presents itself, I guess. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good point. We're held at higher standards because of our knowledge. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, yeah. To those who are much given, much is expected in return. So for the teacher, Natsarim, watcher, whatever. I mean, yeah, exactly. We should be trembling when we're witnessing and then when we're walking in the ways, expecting more out of some than others in a different way. So definitely.
So when we witness a non-believer, somebody that doesn't know Yahuah, showing more love for their neighbor than we are, should we not tremble? Go ahead, Todd.
Romans 2:13 through 15, for not the hearers of the Torah are righteous in the sight of Yahuah, but the doers of the Torah shall be declared right. For when nations who do not have the Torah by instinct do what is in the Torah, although not having the Torah, they are a Torah to themselves, who show the work of the Torah written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness, and between themselves their thoughts accusing or even excusing.
Now, how does that apply to us, Tad? For us that don't seem to have as much love for our neighbor as someone who doesn't know Yahuah.
Don't understand.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Mark.
What you just read, how does that deviate us from them?
It doesn't really, because, it says that they are a Torah unto themselves, that they're basically following whatever's in their heart, their conscience, almost like it's an instinct, it says, for them. And so it doesn't really deviate them from us at all.
Oh, wow. Now we're getting somewhere. Very good, Tad. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, the Torah may be complete in them and it's not in us. I know it seems strange, but the Torah being written on all of our hearts, we're not receiving it all in an equal measure at an equal time. So therefore, like I said, like AJ said earlier, I pray every day, of course, that I'm going to make it, because I'm, and I looked at all the disciples and how they witnessed all the miracles of Yahusha, and yet still they were wavering in their belief in many instances. So I think I'm scared to my own future for sure. And then others, they're just complete or something. I don't know. I know exactly what you mean. It's a scary thing for sure.
And they may have found themselves stumbled into it on accident or led by Yahusha to it, and have found out that they're love. And so they love others as they love themselves. And maybe we're there, but we're not there as much as they are, right? And I just marvel. I really do when I see that going on. It blows my mind. Go ahead, William.
A commentary in contrast to what Brother Tad just read there says that those people who do not know about Yahuah's law will still be punished for what they do wrong, and the law will be used to judge everyone who knows what it says. Yahuah accepts those who obey his law, but not those who simply hear it. some people naturally obey the law's commands, even though they don't have the law. This proves that the conscience is like a law written in the human heart, and it will show whether we are forgiven or condemned when Yahuah appoints Yahusha to judge everyone's secrets, just as the message says. This message says, and I think that's a good point.
That's an excellent point. That's what I say. The more you know Torah, the bigger sinner you are.
And if
Torah,
you love me, you will do what? Yeah.
Huh?
He says, if you love me, you will do what? Keep my commandments.
Yeah. But it also says if you that all the prophets, all the Torah and the prophets hang on the first and second greatest command. You shall love Yahuah and you shall love others as yourself. The entire Torah and prophets hang on those two commands. That means they're at the top. This is a powerful conversation we're having here. We need to get it. And so the great point there that William brought up was they're a lesser sinner because they've only have the conscience, the Torah of their conscience given to them and created in them by Yahuah, and they have passed the love test by leaps and bounds. The ones that know Torah, like us, we also need to pass the love test. Okay, are we passing it by leaps and bounds? I hope we all are.
Well, and that pride of knowledge, we got to really be careful with that. I mean, careful. It's very humbling he's giving you this knowledge, speaking to you. And if you approach it in the way of, well, look at me, man, that's the worst.
Yeah. As you think you're better than them because you know more than them, but yet they're way ahead of you in love.
Right.
My mother and I had this conversation. You know what she told me a few months back? She said, don't tell me nothing else. I don't even want to know.
Yes, I've had that same thing for sure.
Got that too? That's crazy, isn't it? Oh, God. I don't know whose hand was up. Tad, go ahead. I'll just blow it away, man.
I've just, like I've heard you say in the past, Brother Mark, don't beat people over the head with your knowledge. Just show them how much their Creator loves them. And that's,
and maybe all they need. Could be all they need, man. Since this is telling us that the entire Torah is completed in this one word, and it says that the Torah and the prophets hang on these two love commands, to love Yahuah and to love your neighbor as yourself. Two great love commands right here, folks. Go ahead, Toria. Huh? AJ was first?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, AJ.
I had a thought of something, but in relation to what we are talking about, stricter judgment on those that know more. But I believe we do have that love. Just like I said before, everybody is the same in their walk. They're different. Everybody is different in their walk. And I believe it all comes together sooner or later. I do know that Yahuah is behind everything that we do. Whether we miss the mark one day or make it the next day, we are still taking steps. That's why it came back to me why I wanted to stay in the garden. I didn't want to go anywhere until I got it right. Being in the garden, planting, throwing out seed is a hard job. You meet all kinds of things. So I guess I want to stay there so I don't think I'm something and I'm nothing. And that kind of like, for me, it grounds me. It keeps me grounded. Because when you know a lot, you got to be very careful, especially when you're giving it to others. I was baby spoon fed by Yahuah, and I should do the same with others. He didn't throw me meat. He gave me baby food until I was able to get some meat. So I think in that regard, as far as being humble in my walk with him, I should treat others the same way, understanding the different levels of understanding, spiritually speaking. So I would be okay. That's all I was trying to get at. Thank you.
Go ahead, Toria.
Okay.
I was just going to say that even Hashatan had the understanding and knowledge, not all of it, like us, and he had no love.
He had pride.
Yes, he believed he was great, and he believed that, you know, he had all the understanding, so he put himself up there, as we all know.
Anybody
Yeah,
else?
Hashatan wanted too much. He didn't make nothing.
I think that's what keeps me even humble. I mean, in my own transgressions, but where I'm at today is to think that somebody who had thought they had all the knowledge of all creation, and Yahuwah didn't give it all to him. He thought he had it. That's why when they decided they were going to create things, they couldn't make them complete because they didn't have all the knowledge. And we have to remember that. I know I do of myself, that I don't have it all just because I have crumbs compared to what we're going to know.
Anybody else? Okay, so look at 1 Peter 4:8. 1 Peter 4:8. And above all, have fervent love for one another, because love covers a great number of sins. Above all means the number one go. Above everything else. Above all. There's nothing greater. It's a huge statement. Have fervent love for one another, because love covers a great number of sins. And I'll go over to Proverbs 10:12. Proverbs 10:12. Hatred stirs up strife. Can we put jealousy under that header? Absolutely. Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers all transgressions. All means all. It means there's nothing else. All transgressions, no remainder, nothing left over. They're all gone. Love covers all your sins. Who's love? Yahuah. That's why that statement's so powerful. So that takes us back to my question in Galatians. And that is, does the bar, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, deliver us? Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, I'm going to say without Yahuwah and without, you have to have both. You can't have works without Yahuwah, Yahusha. You have to have both.
Okay, so both is described plainly in Matthew 25. This is love in action. Remember that? Where, when did we see you naked, not clothe you? When did we see you hungry and not feed you? When did we see you thirsty and not give you something to drink? When did we see you in prison or in the hospital and we didn't visit you? And Yahuwah said, when you did it to the least of these, my brothers, you have done it to me. This is love in action. I think we just came full circle. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
It was Matthew. Sorry.
Go ahead, AJ.
Yes. Well, what you said about that, just to remind me of the young man I was dealing with for a time, homeless. And I seen him sitting outside the supermarket. I would go in there and get food. And I went by him, and the Spirit talked to me, and I came back out, and I asked him, was he okay? And he said, yeah, but I knew he wasn't really. You could tell somebody that doesn't have nowhere to sleep or nowhere to go. If he did, he didn't take care of himself. But I asked him, was he hungry? And he said, I could use something to eat. I said, okay. I went back in the supermarket and I got him some chicken, some soup, and some bread, and something to drink. I got him a soda and a bottle of water. I came back out and gave it to him. He just had a big old smile on his face. And when I got to my car, it just hit me in my heart. Yahuah told me, when you do it to the least, you did it to me. Just by feeding him. It wasn't giving him no words or anything. It was just feeding him. Seeing another human being hungry. And that's what got me in the prick of my heart. And I said, thank you, Father. I seen him a couple more times and I got him some more food, gave him some money, what I can give him. I didn't see him no more. But that's just an act. Wherever we find ourselves in our daily life, wherever we go, stumble on people. We might not be hugging 100 people. We might not be feeding 100 people. But if we come across one person that's hungry, that don't have anything, and you know people that don't have nothing, they look like it. And you just give them the something. If it's $10 or $5 or something, is a blessing to that individual. You know, I just look at it that way. You know, we all can't do it right. We all can't be in places where other people are because that's not where we're supposed to be. Where we are and what we do is where we are supposed to be. When we branch out into the world, then we meet people. Might not meet nobody for 3 days. We see them, but the Father always knows who's ready, and he sends them. That's what I had to say about that.
Okay. Everybody get a look real quick at Matthew 22:40. Matthew 22:40. It says, starting at 33, actually. So Matthew 22:33 through 40. And when the throngs heard, they were astonished at his teaching. But the Prussian, having heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, were gathered together. And one of them, one learned in the Torah, he was an attorney, a lawyer, did question, trying him and saying, which most of the Pharisees were, either that or a doctor of sort, Teacher, which is the great command in the Torah? And Yahuah said to him, you shall love Yahuah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being and with all your might. This is the first and greatest command. So now we know what the first and greatest is, but yet Yahuah always puts the second command ahead in importance. And then he said, this is the first great command, and the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang all the Torah and the prophets. All means all. You can't bring nothing else out of it. Got to leave all alone. All means all. So again, I ask, does us obeying the second greatest command, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, deliver us? If it concludes, if the whole, all of the Torah, it's the completion of the Torah. There's nothing else we can put in this equation, folks. We have to decide with no other outside interference, because it says all, A-L-L, or completion. That means we're done. Can't add or take away. Go ahead, Toria.
I'm sorry. Are you asking as us as believers, or are you just saying in general, all people?
I'm asking you, according to what the Torah says here, for the entire Torah is completed in one word, not two, one. In this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Does that mean that if we pass the love test, or if we love our neighbors as ourselves, we are being delivered? That's what I'm asking. Go ahead, Toria. Tad.
In my opinion, no, because without the belief in Yahusha's blood, you cannot be saved by the Torah alone.
How about the people who don't know anything about the Besorah of Yahuah, and they love people more than you do? They love their neighbor 1,000,000 times more than you do. What about them? They're going to hell, meaning the grave for eternity, into outer darkness, into the depths.
I don't think so.
Well, it says all will know.
Joyce Bagley here brings up a really good, interesting verse here. This passage that she's mentioning here is found in John 21. Let's go to that real quick. John 21:17.
15. Starts at 15.
Okay, John 21:15. 15.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't even see it there.
When therefore they had eaten breakfast.
Hang on, I'm in Matthew. John 21. All right, yeah, 21:15. Yeah, let's even go up to 14 even. Okay, here it is. This was now the third time Yahusha was manifested to his pupils after he was raised from the dead. When therefore they had eaten breakfast, Yahusha said to Shimon Kepha, Shimon, son of Yuna, do you love me more than these? Do you love me more than these? He said to him, yeah, master. You know that I love you. And he said to him, feed my lambs. He said to him again a second time, Simon of Yuna, do you love me? He said to him, yea, master, you know that I love you. And he said to him, shepherd my sheep. He said to him the third time, Simon of Yuna, do you love me? And Kepha was sad, because he said to him the third time, do you love me? And he said to him, Master, you know all. You know that I love you. And Yahusha said to him, feed my sheep. So here there seems to be some sort of something else Yahusha wants. He wants the love for him put into action. Does he not? Yes, he does. And so therefore, when he says feed my lambs, he's saying to feed the ones that he sends to you, the beginners, the babes. Feed them in the way. Give them the basora of Yahushua. Feed them the manna from heaven. Feed the babes the milk that they require in order to grow and prosper. When he says, shepherd my sheep, this is talking about feed, water, clothe, shelter them, as we learn about love in action in Matthew 25. And then down here where he says, again, feed my sheep. So it's feed my lambs, shepherd my sheep. Now feed my sheep. Feed them what? These are the mature. These are the adults that he's speaking of now. So what are we to feed them? The babes get the milk. What do the adults get? The mature. Well, they need to be fed too. They need to be fed truth. The mature need spiritual fruit even more than the babes do. They need to be given the manna from heaven as well and the living waters to drink. Why? Why do the mature sheep, the adults, need to be fed? They need to be fed truth, because truth is what leads us to love. And once we find love for Yahuah and others, we've completed the Torah. There's nothing else left for us to do. We've become love. We found ourselves. We found Yahuah. We know who we are. We know what he desires. Love, the greatest force in the universe. This is a very powerful stuff right here, Joyce. I'm glad you brought that up. Go ahead, AJ. Go ahead, AJ.
I know also the circus uses these scriptures out of context.
Yes, they do.
Say why they've been sent to speak lies, falsehood. And that's what came to me, because when I used to go to a building, I heard this all the time. This is why we're going forth. We got to see. It says, feed my sheep. But what are you feeding them? Rotten food? You fed me rotten food for years, you squandering preacher. Took my money in tithes. Now you want a plane so you can fly away, but you ain't getting nowhere. Just putting that out there for the ones that think they're going somewhere. Like you said, Brother Mark, this is saying feed truth, not disinformation. And that's all I got to say about that one.
No, I agree with you, man. Anybody else got any thoughts on this here now before we continue on? It's been a good discussion. I think we all have come to, through our adventure, to find truth, or to at least to ride truth in order to find love. We have all passed through the things that we needed to pass through, such as our water immersion and our Ruach immersion and our entering to the blood covenant and all this and that, right? And so now we are toward the end of the lesson, you know, and what we're finding that the lesson was all about was love. And it's a great awakening when we get to that point. And it's a journey for us, an exciting journey. There's nothing wrong with going through 12 years of college to own a business, but somebody drops out of high school, opened up a business 12 years, maybe 14 years before you completed your college education. Does that make you a dummy and them smarter? No, not really. Just means you chose the long way around. And they just cut straight to the chase. Same kind of deal. Both come to the same goal. All right. So we've learned to love, which is completed. We've graduated now. We don't need the trainer anymore unless we default. If we stop applying what we've learned, then we need to go back to school and relearn it. If we fail and we go out of business, maybe we need to go back to school and learn a little bit more and then try it again. Okay, I'm just trying to compare it to something that makes sense to us. And so therefore, no matter if they've taken the short way or the long way, we still reach the same goal because there's only one goal, and that's to love Yahuah and love others as yourself. No matter how we get there, we learn that we're being delivered. That's what Scripture tells me. Okay, so let's continue on, Toria.
Okay, verse 16. And I say, walk in the Ruach, and you shall not accomplish the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusts against the Ruach, and the Ruach against the flesh. And these are opposed to each other, so that you do not do what you desire to do. But if you are led by the Ruach, you are not under Torah.
Okay, stop there. Can you explain that to us, Toria? Anyone? What in the world's all that mean?
You are not under Torah. Because if we are because we're not walking in our flesh, we're in the Ruach. So, because it's within us now,
So
it is not the flesh.
Okay, so we've become the Torah? Is that what you're saying?
The Torah, yeah, because Yahusha is the walking Torah. He is within us now.
Does everybody agree to that we've become the Torah? Go ahead, William.
Yeah, I think in the context of what he's talking about to the Galatians there, and Toria was kind of hitting on it, is that what he was making the main focus of his letter was that they're not under the Torah, they're not under the book of the law. Okay, the word Torah, obviously, we all know here that means instructions. Okay, there are two different books of instructions. There's the book of the covenant, which is a set of one instructions, and then there was the book of the law that was a whole nother set of instructions. Okay, when we're walking in the Ruach, we're actually walking in the Torah, totally within the 10 commandments of the Torah. That other book is abolished. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, because that Torah could mean that. It could be talking about the Torah of the old priesthood, because that's the context of this letter. He rarely refers to the entire 5 books of Moshe, but for sure in 16 and 17, he's relating that there's a sharp divide, even between the flesh and the Ruach, and he's even hinting here that the flesh is your enemy, has become opposed to you. So that would be an enemy.
Yeah, and there's nowhere in Scripture where Yahushua himself says that you are now no longer bound by the Torah or the instructions. Okay, we can't see that anywhere. He was the fulfillment of it, but what was the fulfillment of? Not the book of the law, the 10 commandments.
Mm-hmm.
He is separating it there.
It seems like it's saying that the flesh lusts against the Ruach and the Ruach against the flesh. And these are opposed to each other, so you do not do what you desire to do. So to me, it's saying that once you have become a Ruach, living, a child of light, okay, you're no longer in the mind of the flesh, that you're totally separated, your being's totally separated from your flesh, And so what if the flesh continues to sin, because in our reality we're still in this fleshly body, are we not? Yeah, we are. So if the sin does flesh, it's not you sinning, it's the flesh sinning. And that sin doesn't touch you because you're sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh. He's keeping you clean for the day of redemption. Okay, so this is showing a sharp divide. But if you are not led by the Ruach, you are not under Torah. But if you are led by the Ruach, you are not under Torah. So if you're being led by the Ruach, that means that you believe in the power of the blood of Yahushua. So you don't need to do those animal sacrifices. You're not under the Torah to do them anymore. And since he wrote them in your heart and put them in your mind, and then you have become the walking letter. You are the Torah then. Mashiach in you has become your righteousness. And therefore you have become the Torah. Since he's living in you, isn't he the living word? Who had their hand up? Raul, go ahead.
I was going to say that once you're with the Ruach, what I gathered from it was that you don't feel any pressure from the Torah because you're following, you're doing the Torah in your life. So there is, you're not being, it's not a burden anymore, is what I was trying to say. The Torah is not a burden on you anymore.
Yeah, you don't see it as a burden or something that you can't do.
Exactly.
Because you become like-minded with the Torah. You become the Torah. You love the Torah. It's become part of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
So you love the Torah instead of being opposed to it.
It's not being heavy on you because it's, you're accepting all the, how do you call it? You just said the word, all the instructions. You accept the instructions. You're following the instructions. So it's not heavy on you anymore.
It's part of your life.
It's just part of our life.
All right. Yeah, excellent point. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I was just talking about the same thing, thinking about the same thing, that is. You have the Torah of the flesh, and you have the Torah of the spirit, which is life in Yahushua. So we walk by the spirit of Yahushua, which is the light. Since he written the Torah instructions on our heart to love them, now we understand we ain't doing nothing about the ceremonial laws anymore. We done away with anything physical to try to get into what they would call heaven is fleshly, because people are still working for their salvation different ways in different buildings. They're working for their salvation. They out knocking on doors. They doing this. They in the committee meetings thinking all this is good enough to get them in. But it's not. Yahushua, Yah has a plan that he laid out for mankind, and they still overlook it because they're following dead men. They can't see because they have to be called out. That's what I see. But you have the Torah of flesh and the spiritual Torah, which is Yahushua. Two different Torahs. But it all stems back to the ceremonial laws and the blood covenant. And you did it all. He's the only blood covenant that we follow because he's the one, the last sacrificial lamb. Period. I could have missed something, but I'll let somebody else pick up and let me know.
No, I think we've established, all of us together, that there's a sharp divide now between the mind of the flesh and the mind of the Ruach. Okay, so they don't touch each other. Okay, they live side by side like Siamese twins, if you will, but they don't touch each other. Okay, if you can imagine that. Okay, so keeping that in mind, as we read now through 19 and through 21, we're going to see it explains the opposition to each other, to those two divisions, the flesh and the Ruach, are explained very clearly here in the next couple verses. And then we can really pick up on it. So go ahead, Tori, and let's read 2 or 3 verses here.
Okay, 18. But if you are led by the Ruach, you are not under Torah. And the works of the flesh are well known, which are adultery, whoring, uncleanness, indecency, idolatry, drug sorcery, hatred, quarrels, jealousies, fit of rage, selfish ambitions, dissensions, factions, envy, murders, drunkenness, wild parties, and the like, of which I forewarn you, even as I also said before, that those who practice such as these shall not inherit the reign of Yahuah. But the fruit of the Ruach is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, trustworthiness, gentleness, self-control, and against there is no Torah. And those who are of the Mashiach have staked the flesh with its passions and the desires. If we live in the Ruach, let us also walk in the Ruach. Let us not become conceited, provoking one another, envying one another.
All right. So it comes clear now, okay, that we have a sharp divide between the flesh and the Ruach. And this gives us an excellent definition of each one. And so the flesh, which is our enemy or opposite of us, opposed to us, shows these characteristics. The Ruach, or our being in us, which is protected by the Ruach HaKodesh, shows these other qualities. And so the opposition to each other is plainly defined here. The fruits of the Ruach in 22 doesn't belong to us. Those belong to who is indwelling us. Those are the characteristics of the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, so his fruits are seen through us because he's in us. All right, and so those fruits become our fruits because his Ruach has sealed our Ruach in like a glove on a hand. You know, we're walking in stride with him. We're like-minded with him, as we were mentioning before. And notice here it says in 24, and those who are of Mashiach have staked the flesh, so they're not under Torah. Against such there is no, the back up here where it says, against such there is no Torah. There's no instructions against the Ruach of Yahusha. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and trustworthiness, gentleness, and self-control. There's no instructions against those at all. So if we're doing those, it doesn't hurt you. Cannot hurt you whatsoever. Okay. And so those who are of Mashiach, if you have the indwelling Ruach and his fruits of the Ruach in you, you have staked the flesh with its passions and the desires. If we live in the Ruach, let us also walk in the Ruach. What's that mean? What's those two things mean? And those who are Mashiach have staked the flesh with its passions and the desires. And what does it mean when it says, if we live in the Ruach, let us also walk in the Ruach. Anybody?
Maybe walk by faith.
Bear that fruit.
Yeah, that a person should see. We should want to be all of this. If we're all of this, then we truly have the Ruach. And that other stuff up there, we should hate. Works of the flesh, we should hate. And it's overpowered by the fruit of the Ruach. I just wrote them all down, and I just said that very thing.
Works of the flesh is evil, and we should hate evil. That's how you fear.
The one thing that I do see that's missing, though, is forgiveness. I mean, that creates hate.
Are these? There's a mixture of noun and verbs here, but specifically speaking of the fruit of the Ruach, would forgiveness be that? Be part of his character? I mean, it could be. I mean, we could also add charity and humility here, and we could probably come up with a lot of other words as well. I think the reason forgiveness ain't in here is because this is speaking back words. You know what I'm saying? It's saying what somebody's mic's on echoing. Somebody has that echo. Okay, there it is. That was William. Okay, so see what I'm saying? That the this is after the Ruach's in us. He's already forgiven us, or he wouldn't be in us. Is what I'm trying to say. That's probably why it's not there. But that's just me. You know, that's me saying that. But like I said, it looks like we could even add charity and humility to this list. I mean, but we probably dare not. Go ahead, William.
Forgiveness. How do we obtain forgiveness? We can't obtain his forgiveness until we repent, recognize, repent, and turn to believe. So it's not a free gift that he gives us. It's one that's imputed to us through belief and coming into all those things that he mentions there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nobody gets a free pass, gets to go. You don't get the pass, go get $200 and keep doing what you're doing unless you repent and turn from previous behavior to him. Not a free gift. And set apart is something that they recognize in us because of the way we're walking and because of what we believe and because we recognize sin in our life and because we repented and he was gracious enough to forgive us. We don't forgive, we can forgive other people for things that they've done to us, like he did that with me through my first ex-wife and the horrible things that she was doing to our children. And I wanted to murder her, but he told me that if I don't forgive her, I'm going to live with that anger and that regret all my life. And my children are going to suffer for that also. Okay. And so one night in the middle of the night on the side of the road in Montana, he says, you need to learn to forgive her. And when you learn to forgive her, then you're going to be set free. Okay. But she's still going to be judged for what she's done because he's the ultimate judge. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah. That set apartness there can't really be seen by most because we're still in this fleshly body. So most people can't see the division, that sharp divide between the flesh and our inner being, the new creature, the new man, right? The old man's put in the water of grace spiritually, but they can't see that. And they even understand that. And so they look at us, they're looking at us as fleshly creatures. They don't realize that we're opposed to that flesh. We are now spiritual creatures. So they can't see that. That's why Yahushua tells us, the body members, You're not allowed to recognize anybody in the flesh anymore. Remember that? That's why he tells us that. You're not allowed to look at William and see him as a sinner or anybody else on here. You're just not allowed to do it, according to Yahuah. But see, these other people can't see that. Oh, he thinks he's such a high and mighty man of the cloth, but look at what he does. Because they can't see what we can see or what Yahuah can see. And we see the new creature, not the old man. We're not allowed to. We're commanded not to recognize anyone in the flesh anymore. It's different for us than it is them. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just thinking that when he speaks of the Ruach was our comforter, which is love. So when I'm thinking about it now, about forgiveness, if you love, forgiveness just falls in order. You automatically do. So you're comforted by the comforter, and that stuff just falls in line. So he is love. That is comfort, is to be loved. That's it.
There's two kinds of fruit though too, and Rebecca's mentioning that, that they will know us by our fruit, but we also know them by their fruit too, because it's rotten and dying, and separation. When he gave us the Ruach, he gave it to us so that we could see the truth and understand the truth and recognize that truth in us. And then it's also a call to separation from the things of this world too. We're not supposed to walk and be hanging out with those folks anymore and doing those things with them anymore. We're supposed to be called to be separated. Israel was set apart by that Ruach of the Ten Commandments, and even through the book of the law, they were to be set apart, to be recognized by pagans that they were doing something different in praising the Most High and living the way the Most High wanted them to live. And a lot of them wanted to become a part of that. That's why there was the outer court at the temple for the Gentiles who were coming in, so that they could become part of that too, but they didn't understand that when you come into that, you are adopted into the family and are to be treated like family. It's a learning process, man. We're still learning. King David, he's a kid, a shepherd, but believes so much in the word of Yahuah that he has the strength and the power given to him to kill a Nephilim giant. Okay. He becomes a great king. He has all these wonderful things that have been given to him as a blessing because of his belief. And then they're taken away because he still sinned. Okay. And what does he do? He does the right thing. He comes back to the book, comes back to the word, repents, and he's forgiven by the Most High.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wanted to connect something that we talked about earlier. Someone was talking about Samson and him getting his strength from his hair. All the strength, all the power, all the patience that we have comes from Yahushua. Doesn't come from our hair or food we eat or the way we act or even the fact that we keep his commandments. Because even if we don't keep his commandments, if he wants us to do something, he is going to have us do it. I've had people that didn't even know his name give me information that led me on to a better path. And I'm just saying he's not limited by us or anybody else.
Yeah, we need to take ourselves out of the equation, get out of his way. I think we like to stand in front of him sometimes and block him. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, Sister Phyllis, I agree with you wholeheartedly in that regard. Because a lot of times we find ourselves in the way, and he has to push us aside and do what he has to do. But I thank you, sis, for that information too. And it just reinforces what some of the things I was thinking about as well. You know, how at times the Father tells me to step aside and let him. Like the rock just tell me, shut it up. I'm going to take care of this. Then I'll let you back in. You know. But we can be in the way. But thank you for that, Sister Phyllis.
Okay. So let's focus in on verse 25 here now. If we live in the Ruach, let us also walk in the Ruach. What does that mean? If we live in the Ruach, we should also walk in the Ruach. What does that mean? Now, keep in mind the context of this letter before you answer. What's he talking about? The sharp divide between the flesh and the spirit. He's giving you the characteristics of the flesh and the characteristics of the spirit and the fruits of the Ruach that's in you, sharing your body. It's become his temple. He's living with you now. Okay? And just keep it in context with the subject of the letter. Don't take it somewhere way out in left field somewhere. Leave it right where it is, and let's figure out what it means. If we live in the Ruach, let us also walk in the Ruach. Go ahead, Toria.
Love.
Walk in love. So if we say, if we live in love, let us also walk in love.
It is faith and it is truth.
Yeah. I can't say anything against that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think this is where we put our knowledge and our understanding into works. So I know we don't like that word, but we have to have some works, and we let the Ruach guide our steps.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's exactly what I'm getting from it too. So in other words, if we live in the Ruach, then we share the mind of Yahushua, which is his fruits, his characteristic, then we should also walk the talk. You ever hear that? You talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? This is kind of what this is saying to me. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, if we live in him, let us also walk as he walked.
Oh, very good, man. Right on. And how did he walk, Ted? If we're to walk the way he walked, how did he walk?
In perfection and in love.
And in obedience?
Yes.
Go, AJ.
Yahushua, he walked in peace, patience, kindness, goodness, trustworthiness. He was trustworthy too. He was also gentle, and he had self-control. The things that the Ruach is teaching us. Amen.
Excellent, AJ. Right on. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, just to back up what AJ was saying, for the entire Torah is completed in one word, and we know that was Yahusha. In the context of what Paul was addressing here in the letter to the Galatians in this chapter was the separation of the two Torahs, the book of the law and the ten Debarim, the 10 covenant, the 10 commandments, which is mentioned, what AJ just mentioned. That's all a part of it. He's addressing walking in the Spirit is walking in the 10 commandments. It's walking in Yahuah. That's what it is. And it is to be, as he says, and let us also walk in the Ruach. Well, that's set apart. also. Set apart commandments.
So stay away from our enemies, our flesh, the world, Hashatan and his demons, right? But our flesh is our enemy, but other people's flesh is not. So our enemy isn't flesh and blood. It's the principalities and the power of darkness. Okay, the battle is in the mind, in other words, man, is what he's telling us there. Okay, but for us, each and every one of us, we do have a battle within, and it's the battle between the flesh and your ruach, your being. They're opposed to each other. That's what it's saying down here in verse 16 through 18. So we do have that daily battle.
That's probably the hardest battle any of us have.
Yeah, but just remember that flesh that's your enemy is not you. We are not allowed to recognize you in the flesh anymore, and neither are you allowed to recognize yourself in your flesh anymore. It's not you, man. No longer. You're a new creature. You're the child of light. You're a spiritual child now. You have a spiritual father. You're his spiritual children. So, see that? So don't confuse the battle with your flesh as battling yourself. It's a totally different person that you're battling now. That's the old man who died in your water immersion. But in our reality, because the 6,000th year hasn't come yet, it has become our enemy, okay, that we don't associate with. We don't recognize it or recognize anyone else, okay, until, we fall asleep or Yahushua returns, man. Go ahead, Cato.
So there's this law in Torah that says not to mix threads, and threads meaning like wool and linen, which would be on the highest end of the spectrums would be sackcloth and garments that you would wear to a wedding. And so to not walk in the flesh would be the sackcloth that you'd be repenting for, and the linens would be the wedding feast that you'd be headed towards. So your garments are your covering. It covers your nakedness, and I think that's what Torah really does, is to keep you pure. And the desire to obey would be to just want to be at that feast in the end. So it's just an expansion. I was just reading far into it, but
so if you're still in the flesh, go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm sorry, Cato, that reminds me of when it says wash your clothes and don't come to the feast in regular garments, because he wants us to be clean.
and that's what sin is staining your garments, and that's what immersion does, is to wash that back to white or pure. So hope you guys can see that too.
Yeah, so the nakedness is our flesh is our nakedness, and our immortal bodies is our wedding garment. We put on our wedding garment so we can't see our nakedness anymore, right? So that's two different wedding garments, or two different garments, like you said, the sackcloth and the wedding garment is a shadow of the flesh and immortality, your new immortal bodies that you'll be putting on your wedding garment. That powerful stuff, man. Wow, Cato. Okay, anybody else? Huh? Go ahead, Cato.
No, I just said I have my moments, but
yeah, we all have those flashes of brilliance. Right? It's really Yahuah revealing stuff to us. Okay. Anybody else on that one? I think we covered it pretty well. Okay, how about that last verse? Let us not become conceited, provoking one another, envying one another. So if the fruits of the Spirit were ours, then we wouldn't have these qualities still in us. Okay, so the fruits of the Ruach must not be ours. They must belong to someone else, which is Yahusha, who is indwelling us. So does the being that was sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh maintain these type of qualities, this being conceited, or provoking one another and envying one another? No. So where's it coming from? The enemy, the flesh, right? So let us not become conceited, provoking one another, envying one another. How do we control the flesh from doing that? Go ahead, Tad.
Control the flesh from doing that by loving one another. But I was going to say those three things, pride is, I think, encircles all those. It contains all those three things. Pride.
So what are we doing? Trying to outdo each other, see who's more popular, see who's the smartest, see who. I mean, is this what we have to is telling us to be aware of? Go ahead, Raul.
Wasn't that kind of when the apostle asked him who's going to be the best one, when they asked Yahusha? Because we have to stay humble and not compete with one another. That's what I got there at the moment. It came to mind when he said, which one is the best one of us?
Yeah, that's exciting. That's a really great role that you got that from Yahushua. And what was his response to that, Raul? How did Yahushua respond to that?
Well, I'm going to paraphrase. I guess he says, none of us are one better than the other. We're all a body. I don't retain that well the scriptures, but to cite them, but that's basically what he said. We're all the same here. It got to me the other day because Lou, and I think it was on his chat, he said that he didn't want to be called a teacher, or he didn't want to be called an elder, and that hit home, because to see someone that's been at this for a bunch of years, I'm not going to say how many, it's very humbling to hear someone like that, not want to be recognized as an elder or someone that knows more than someone else. And we can see it here because Cato just came up with something real good. Sometimes Toria does. I mean, from all different levels, we all interact and we all add a little bit to something. And that, I think that's what he was meaning there.
Mm-hmm. And so to elaborate on what you're saying there, he told them the first will be last and the last will be first. Any of you want to be the leader or the better?
Get back of the line.
He said, just let me give you this warning, buddy. The first will be last and the last is going to be first. So go rethink what you're saying. Go ahead, AJ. Cato, did you say something?
No, it's AJ's turn.
Oh, go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, that's no, I was just reiterating what Yami was talking about, and he's right on. When brothers was talking to Yahushua at the supper, who's the greatest? Who's this? Who's that? And Yahushua just said, "You're all brothers." That's it. No one is above anyone. Only the circus, the buildings, want to have a deacon, this one, that one. No, go talk to this one. You never get to Yahushua in these buildings. Thank be to Yah that he said, I will send the comforter unto you to guide you into all truths. Hallelujah. Thank you.
Yeah, and you have to be very careful with the spirit of competition, because you're always looking at someone else and try to overcome them with the physical or whatever it might be. And America, especially, is just full of the competitive spirit in sports. And it's like an opiate. It's like a drug. And it's, I know that a lot of athletes, when they get older, they regret a lot of those decisions they made trying to best themselves, even though it comes, it forges each one's physical prowess. It can be, get pride of it can get a hold of you big time.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Fitting, we missed one scripture also that fits right in here, where Yahushua said, do not take for yourself the seat at the front of the table, but take the seat at the other end of the table and wait for somebody to bring you up. So I'm thinking apparently he's talking to people that have the Ruach. And so even as a Ruach, you can probably get a little pride inside of yourself.
Okay, I got a question for you. If it's the flesh or opposition or enemy, if you will, that is doing this things, just being prideful, conceited, provoking one another, poking at each other, whatever, is involved in that, and then envying one another. Envy can cause hatred and factions and things like this, and dissensions in a way. Dissensions up here is strong disagreement. It's a quarrel, a discord or something, okay? And factions is a splintering off of a body or of a certain group with 2 or 3 people behind the scenes saying, yeah, he thinks he's a know-it-all. That dude sucks. I should be the teacher, and getting other people to go along with how they feel, and usually they're birds of a feather flock together. And so this is all up here in the description of the flesh, not the being, not the new creature of the Ruach. That has nothing to do with that kind of stuff. So my question is, if verse 26 is referring to the flesh, the opposition, then who is controlling the teaching here? We all speak. Nobody's restricted from speaking their mind here. We all come up with moments of brilliance. We all have different messages to share. And by the end of the discussion, it seems we're all into one agreement. It seems to me, then we move on to something else and start again. So who's doing that? Is it me talking? Is it Toria talking? Is it Tad talking? Is it Phil talking? Is it Phyllis? Is it Lou? Is it AJ? Is it Raul? Is it Cato? Is it William? Who's doing the talking here? Is it the flesh that's causing prideful, conceited, provoking one another and envying one another? Doing the teaching? Who is it? Go ahead, Tad.
Call no one rabbi or father or anyone else except for the one in the Shamayim. It's Yahushua that's controlling the teaching. He's the only teacher we have.
Go ahead, Raul.
I was going to say that Ruach HaKodesh is the one that's monitoring us.
So even though we can hear each other's distinctful voice, is it still Yahushua speaking through us? Is he using our voice? So we sound like who we are? Is he? Go ahead, AJ.
Yes, because we have one spirit, not different spirits. We have the Ruach, and the Ruach is over here, but it's one spirit. And it's the Comforter that guides us into all truths, all of us. And like Toria, Sister Phyllis, Yami, it could come from either one of us. The spirit goes where it wills and it does what it wants. All we have to do is obey and open our hearts and let him come through us and teach us the truth. Thank you.
When we're in eternal life and we will become the body of Yahushua, are we going to be the ones talking, or is the head that has the mouth? Yahushua is going to be the only one talking? Or we're going to be feeding. We're all going to be in the same circuit. We're not going to be speaking. The Yahushua is just going to be the only one speaking. I wonder what's going to happen there. Go ahead, Tad.
I don't exactly know how to answer that. I was just going to say, don't quench the Ruach.
Don't quench the Ruach. Actually, that's a command, isn't it? Do not quench the Ruach. Do not forbid prophecy. That's right there with it. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I guess when we all there, I guess we would be just praising Yahuah, praising him and thanking him. That's the only thing I can come up with. When we are there, we're going to be singing lovely tunes of praise. Thank you.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to be teaching us through us to each other. I think we'll be more of our conversation and singing and praise and worship is going to be all centered on Yahuah. But don't forget, during that millennium reign, we're going to be kings and priests to Yahuah. Okay, and so we're going to be talking to the ones that are repopulating the restored earth. Okay, but flesh and blood still exists on that seventh day. It hasn't gone anywhere. Flesh and blood ends after on the 7,000th year ends. Right? So of course we're going to still be teaching people. We're probably not so much each other like we're doing now, speaking to each other like we're training for what is coming, and will be assigned to others somewhere on this restored earth during the millennium reign to teach them about how to know Yahuah and to pursue to know Yahuah, teaching them the commands. They'll all know about Yahuah in that millennium reign, because it says, like somebody had brought up earlier, that people aren't going to have to teach their neighbor about him, because everybody's going to have the knowledge of Yahuah already. So what are we going to be talking about? It's an interesting thought. Go ahead, Tad.
And after millennium reign on into eternity, if we are literally part of his body, like you said, I don't think he'll be having to teach anybody, because we're all, we are the Ruach in him. We're all part of his body. Who is there to teach then? That's just a thought.
Yeah, it says everybody will have know him. So no, you don't have to tell anybody about him. They're all going to know him. But here's another thought. There's going to be wicked there. So there's going to be people who don't want to play for Yahushua. They don't want to be subject to Yahushua's reign. Okay, and as soon as Hashatan's let loose at the end of the millennium reign for a little while, he's going to gather those people up that are opposed to Yahushua and his ways. And they're going to want to side with Satan and fight with him. Are these the people that we're going to try to explain that, hey, stick with Yahushua, man. Stay in love with Yahushua. Stop thinking about the devil. The devil and the demons won't be there to influence us. So they're going to be opposed to Yahushua in their own account. So maybe those are the ones we'll be talking to or trying to keep in line. We're going to be kings and priests. That means we're going to have to try to keep them righteous somehow. We're going to be responsible for them if we're over them. Got to remember that too. Yeah, it's going to be something else. Anybody else got any thoughts?
So the rich might be our servants if we make it. the ones who enter and the ones who don't, the dogs and such. Just a thought.
Yeah, just talk about that during the millennium reign. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I think we're going to end here. We'll save the last chapter for next week. And it's not real compact, but it does elaborate a lot more on the subject matter or the main theme of this letter. And so let's save that there, and we'll conclude with Galatians next week. And y'all are gaining knowledge of Yahuah and getting to know Yahuah by leaps and bounds. I mean, I could have just turned myself off this whole time and let you guys go with it. I wouldn't have had to say a word, because all of you were spot on, man. You know, Yahusha's at work in all of us, and we just need to remember to stay in love with Yahusha and stay in love with each other. Don't let the devil trick you and turn it against your brother or sister, because Scripture says if you don't love your brother, you're in big trouble. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, that's why I love you. I don't want you to click off, my brother. I'll be missing you.
Yeah.
Iron sword, iron sharpened. Oh, I got it mixed up. Sword sharpens swords, or iron sharpens iron. I'm sorry.
That's it. We'll take it either way. Okay, you guys, we're going to stop there. It's wide open now for discussion, comments, questions, whatever you want to do. And Phyllis had mentioned she wanted to talk a little bit about, what was it, Phyllis? You wanted to talk about?
A little bit of what's going to happen just as at the end of the right during the tribulation, just those years before the end of the sixth day.
Oh, okay.
As the pressure gets worse and worse, and like the two witnesses laying in the street and that sort of thing.
Okay. Anybody want to start that conversation off? She wants to talk about the tribulation years, the great distress. Anybody got any thoughts? Want to start it off?
Kind of interested in how it's going to meld into that. Is it going to be like now, just keep getting worse and worse, or is there going to be a time where we say, okay, but we're in for it now?
Yeah, Yahusha explains it as it's going to be birth pains, like a woman in labor, where it's going to start off, you're going to feel the pain, and it's going to steadily increase until the end. You know, it's going to be, very hard, and so I think we're all seeing it now coming. With all the things that look at all the wars, the earthquakes. I mean, you guys know what's going on right now, so we can see it coming, and we should be able to recognize it because things are happening on the level that's has never been before. And I think that the climax to the labor pains, or where we're going to know that we're actually in it, is when at the 3.5 year mark of the final 3.5 years of that 6,000, when the anti-Mashiach shows up on the Temple Mount, proclaims to be Yahuah, and puts an image himself up there as a man, the devil as a man, and causes everybody to bow down and worship him. Okay.
Wants you to be a woman.
That's what I say. You think it's a woman?
I don't know. I mean, it might be like transgender. I don't know. You never know.
Well, what I'm saying is he's supposed to stand up on that Temple Mount and declare to be Elohim. So he has to, and then he causes the image to speak and to kill. Okay, can a statue speak and kill? Let's be real now. Ain't no false prophet gonna get up there and make a statue come to life and walk around like a robot, smash weak humans like the Hawk or something. That's not real. It's going to have to be a man in the form of a man speaking and giving orders to kill people, assassinate people. It's going to be Hashatan in the form of a man. He's going to duplicate Yahuah coming down in the image of mankind.
And I definitely think it'll be a giant, because if you've ever seen normal sized people around big people, they're just enamored like nobody's business. And the Vatican has a huge black throne, and something's going to sit in that thing.
Yeah, the throne of Hashatan.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in the hall of the Vatican. It's a nasty looking. If you've never, have everybody seen that throne?
Yeah.
It's disgusting looking, man.
Yeah, it is.
He's got a half face, half man, half dragon face. And there's a bunch of souls coming up all over the place.
It looks like a tree, kind of like
Sort of, kind of like, I guess. He had a bunch of vines or whatever.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting looking. Go ahead, AJ.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't be too surprised, and I think all of us at that time won't be too surprised either, because Yahushua said, "I forewarned you." So it's not going to take us by surprise, but the lost it will take by surprise, because he told us in his word what's going to happen. Such devastation that we probably cannot fathom. Yes, wars, different places, with Russia's Putin is doing to the Ukrainians, killing children, bombing buildings. It's going to get like that here, and people don't realize it. America? Oh, what? Oh, yeah, she's on the chopping block too. If you don't know it, you better talk to somebody. Thank you.
You know, the petrodollar just devalued. Our dollar's worth in oil that we pull from the ground has now no value. So our dollar has, this was just this week, the petrodollar. If you type in petrodollar on Google, it's no longer recognized by the Saudis or anything. So it's begun, you know, our dollar is meaningless. Hope not.
They have gold in place of that, but
Yeah,
they're going to find out the paper ain't nothing. It's the wealth of the gold and the precious stones that's in the ground that they've been digging up and hoarding from the common people for all these centuries, you know. But like I said, whatever, I don't fear. It's amazing to think about it. But Yahushua said, do not fear, I have forewarned you. These things are going to take place. So we just stand strong in our belief, in our walk in the Ruach, and that's all we can do.
Well, also with the petrodollar, that praise Yah. With the petrodollar, the banks are now going to have no value once the dollar goes. So it's actually raw material and raw goods that will be what's worth trading for. So, and bartering skills and such. So it's a good time to prepare.
Didn't that remind you of don't touch the price of the oil and the wine?
Oh, but I don't think I'm familiar.
Yeah, could be an AI man created image. There's going to be magicians, sorcerers. They're going to appear to have power, but they don't have any. And they're going to frighten people. But they're not going to frighten us because we are already hooked into the Most High. So that's no problem where I'm at. But I pray for all those that are in darkness that they come out. Come out soon. Time is short. That's for sure.
Yeah, I heard that Putin was saying that he committed actually to if he begins to lose the war, that he's going to set off nukes.
Putin was the same way Hitler was at the Olympics before World War II kicked off. It was almost like an Illuminati entrance kind of thing, where like, we're kicking this off and you will be the, not scapegoat, but the perpetrator. Putin and I guess whoever else was at the Beijing 2022 Olympics kind of ceremoniously being honored that way. So something to keep track of as well.
When the man of perdition comes on the scene, perdition, that we are going to know that the tribulations have begun. That's the sign. I mean, you can't mistake it. Once he's revealed, you're gonna know we're in it. That's huge right there. What does it say there in 2 Thessalonians 2 about the man of perdition there, Dad? You want to look that up?
It says, do you not remember that I told you this while I was still with you? And now you know who restrains, for him to be revealed in his time. For the secret of lawlessness is already at work, only until he who now restrains comes out of the midst. And then the lawless one shall be revealed, whom the master shall consume with the ruach of his mouth, and bring to nothing with the manifestation of his coming. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, he shook his head.
What's the passage?
2 Thessalonians.
Okay,
chapter 2.
Why don't you just read the whole chapter, Dad? Let's go look at it, the whole chapter.
As for the coming of our Master Yahushua Mashiach and our gathering together to him, we ask you, brothers, not to become easily unsettled in mind or troubled, either by ruach or by word or by letter, as if from us, as if the Yom of Yahuah has come. Let no one deceive you in any way, because the falling away is to come first, and the man of lawlessness is to be revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as Yahuah in the Mishkan, or temple of Yahuah, showing himself that he is Yahuah. He's an identity thief. Do you not remember that I told you this while I was still with you? And now you know who restrains, for him to be revealed in his time. For the secret of lawlessness is already at work, only until he who now restrains comes out of the midst. And then the lawless one shall be revealed, whom the master shall consume with the ruach of his mouth, and bring to nothing with the manifestation of his coming. The appearing of the lawless one is by means of the working of Shaitan, with all power and signs and wonders of falsehood, and with all deceit of unrighteousness in those perishing, because they did not receive the love of the truth in order for them to be delivered. And for this reason, Yahuwah sends them a working of delusion, for them to believe the falsehood, in order that all should be judged who did not believe the truth, but have delighted in lawlessness. But we ought to give thanks to Yahuwah always for you, brothers, beloved by the Master, because Yahuwah from the beginning chose you to be delivered, in set apartness of Ruach and belief in the truth, to which he called you by our Besorah, for the obtaining of the esteem of our Master Yahushua Mashiach. So then, brothers, stand fast and hold the traditions which you were taught, whether by word or by our letter. and our Master Yahushua Mashiach himself, and our Yahuah and Father, who has loved us and given us everlasting encouragement and good expectation, through favor, encourage your hearts and establish you in every good word and work.
Okay. So that shows us then that the sequence of, or the beginning, I should say, of the tribulation years. So anybody got any questions about it? Okay, so it says in 3, let no one deceive you in any way, because the falling away is to come first. So the very first sign that we're in the tribulation years is the falling away. Anybody got an idea what that means? That's the first thing. And the man of lawlessness is to be revealed, the son of destruction. Well, that's the second thing. So what's going on, man? AJ.
Those that probably have the truth and know it, but because of the signs and wonders, they fall away because they are deceived. Their heart changed and they fell away. I mean, it's hard to repent for something that you received and had the taste of the good life,
Impossible.
of the fruit of Yahushua, and turn away from it to be redeemed again. But I think maybe because they'll be scared, they'll fall away, seeking to save their life, they'll end up losing it. Somebody else can maybe elaborate further. Thank you.
I got a question real fast on what you just said. Can it be that it's the opposite of what AJ is projecting? Can it be that those in the delusion are falling away from Satan's trap, his snare, out of his delusion into Yahuwah's marvelous light and finding truth? Is that what has begun? Are we starting to begin the end times? Go ahead, Toria.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Are we the great falling away and coming into the truth?
Let's see what Lou White says about that. Brother White, Lou White, are we the ones that are falling away from the delusion here? Or
Yeah, we're rebelling, but not violently. We're doing it in a peaceful way, but we're waking up so many people that the dragon is, well, he doesn't have permission to harm us yet, but we are his obstacle because people are slipping through his fingers, because power is a very slippery thing. That's the problem that the dragon has. And they voluntarily worship the dragon, but they don't know they're worshiping the dragon, but they're doing it without knowledge. And that power is slipping away because truth is being released. And the truth is the threat. It's always been the threat. So that's why people were suppressed from not being able to read and write and being controlled by a hierarchy or a giant government. And that's what the papacy is. It's just an extension of the Nimrod deal, where it's a military organization that is actually posing as a religious institution. And our power source is Yahushua. And he's showing us that our flesh is weak, but our spirit desires to do the right thing. But when we don't have the truth, we can't get to the truth. If you're in prison, you can't get enough material to really learn. But if somebody sends you a little slip of paper that reveals the real name to you and you're in prison, and it releases you from the prison, because we're being suppressed and trapped. And videos like this are not, you're not seeing 3 million hits on this on YouTube because people are having dreams and telling you lies. But the truth of his name and his word is so powerful a threat that the dragon is suppressing it. And that's 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 is, you're absolutely right. That's the tipping point when we will absolutely know when the dragon has his man on the scene. Phyllis has a comment.
I'm having trouble believing or going along with a word that has negative connotations, the great falling away. That sounds like we were with him, or his people were with him, and then they fell away. You know, it would seem like we would be called turning towards the truth, like knowledge has increased. Wouldn't the falling away be more of like the Christians? I mean, look at society today, how it's changed just in my lifetime. When I grew up, they wouldn't even will do all those things, but now Christians are inviting witchcraft, and libraries are teaching witchcraft. This, I think, is the great falling away.
Okay, so if it's the great falling away, all the people who are being disobedient to Yahuah, I mean, this has been happening for a long time. There's always just been a remnant of his people. All through the scriptures, it always talks about there was just a remnant of those who were Yahuah's people. So if it's the Christians falling away, is what the falling away is, why would that have any type of bearing on, the righteousness? I mean, they're already unrighteous in their following their false doctrine. See what I'm saying? So the falling away from the world or from the doctrines of demons and coming back into the truth, back into his marvelous light, coming out of the darkness and his marvelous light, would seem to be the more of the falling away of the people are falling away who Satan has control of. Okay, so what do you think, Toria?
I also had the thought too of because it doesn't exactly pinpoint what that is, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But could it be all those maybe who even took this venom that are suddenly just passing away? I mean, they took another doctrine. They chose not to listen to what the scripture says, and they took something. Is that going to be the great falling away? I mean, it says within 2 years, these people are going to start passing away like no tomorrow.
It could be some kind of mass killing or murder or suicide or something or whatever, of the population. That's a possibility. It really doesn't say if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there's more mention of falling away in scripture than just this. Go ahead.
It'd be interesting to break that down and see what it really says in the Hebrew.
Toria, if your interpretation is right, that certainly, like in 2 years from now, that certainly would, trigger the onset of the end days.
Yeah, for sure. And remember last week when we began to speak about one man, 7 women will come up to one man and want to marry him, so to have his last name. Remember we began to speak about that, but we didn't elaborate on it. But that could play a part in that too, right there. There seems to be a lack of men during this period, and the anti-Mashiach has no desire for or he doesn't care about the desire of women, which may be bringing new life into the world. Maybe not so much as a sexual thing, but as a desire of a woman to bring life, bring a son into this world, and he don't care. He's just destroying all the people.
Yeah, you're right. It was prophesied that women will fall away from their desires.
Go ahead, Toria.
Also to that, we must not forget there was many placebos in the beginning. So that's why we're not seeing a great falling away in the beginning, because there was placebos that were given also. So some people were given it, some people were given something else, which made them jump to get the next one. So, nothing happened to me. Oh, we're going to do this again. We're going to get another one. So I was thinking too, it's causing men to be sterile, and that would decrease population. Women are going to want the man who can actually give seed. Or women, there's going to be women who can't give or cannot get pregnant because of these. I mean, it said it was going to depopulate.
Okay. Who else? Ted? Yeah, a roll. Go ahead.
You see, kind of in, I guess you would say, in the cyber media, where they talk a lot about men losing manhood. I don't know if testosterone, getting weaker, and maybe that's why women are attracted to one certain type of man. There was an actress the other day said after she stopped dating this one guy that she doesn't find any guy that are like being manly,
Go ahead, Ted.
I was just thinking to kind of maybe add to Sister Phyllis's point, where she thought that it might be the righteous falling away. It does say, like in Matthew 24, and if those days were not shortened, no flesh would be delivered. But for the sake of the chosen ones, those yomim shall be shortened, because it says, and they shall show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. So could they not be the chosen ones also be being deceived, be the falling away?
I mean, it could be, but I think it's out of context, because this is saying that the falling away comes first, not at the end. You know what I'm saying? Or during. It's this first sign that we're in the tribulation years. For an example, what I'm saying there, look at Hebrews 6:6, Ted. Look at Hebrews 6:6. Go ahead and read it.
6:6 says, and fall away to renew them again to repentance, having staked.
Back up.
For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have become partakers of the Ruach HaKodesh and have tasted the good word of Yahuah and the powers of the age to come, and fall away to renew them again to repentance, having staked for themselves the Son of Yahuah again and put him to open shame.
Okay, so that verse says that, Phyllis and AJ are correct, if you go by that. But see, what we got to stop and see here now is it's out of context to what we're reading in 2 Thessalonians. Okay, it's talking about something else, isn't it? It's almost talking about backsliding. Is there a difference between backsliding and falling away? Can backsliding be called falling away and give us the same perspective? Yes, it can. And so we got to be careful with that. So the falling away that comes first is up to us to just try to put ourselves in that situation. So here we go. We're beginning to go into the tribulation years, and there's a great falling away happens. What is it? The falling away from the church, as the Christians say? Or is it the falling away from truth? I mean, that's already occurred. What's going on? Is it the falling away of those who are awake, are going back to sleep, giving up their belief, their trust in Yahuwah's return? Go ahead, Toria.
I don't believe that it is, because many are called, few are chosen. So there aren't many of us, so there won't be a great falling away from that because we are walking in truth. But I do know if it is the venom thing, they're going to need organs, they're going to need blood, so they're going to come after us because we're going to be true. And I think that's why he's going to have to cut things short, because they're going to need us. And they're going to want to destroy our bodies and our minds because they need our bodies. They need our.
Whatever the falling away is here, it's definitely ushers in the man of sin into the world stage. That ushers in the man of lawlessness, because he is to be revealed, the son of destruction. So it ushers him, it presents him onto the world stage. Could this be some kind of like huge war, nuclear war that takes out a lot of the men and leaves mostly just women on the earth? Go ahead, William.
I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in this because it mentions the man of lawlessness in 2 Thessalonians. And if we read a little bit farther down in 2 Thessalonians, it says, and the lawless one shall be revealed, whom Adonai shall consume with the ruach of his mouth. And he's also given in that same scripture, he's given, the man of lawlessness is given power by Hasatan to do these works. Now, if we go forward from there into the book of Revelation, every time that it talks about the lawless one, it's not talking about a man, it's talking about a beast, the behemoth. Okay. And even in let me find it here, guys. I got a lot. Okay. In Revelation 17, it says, for Yahuah did give it into their hearts to do his mind, to be of one mind, and to give their reign to the beast, the behemoth. I think this is all allegorical, and I think we're talking about a political, religious, military system. It's not just one guy that's going to be standing on the Temple Mount, because when it talks about the man of lawlessness, how many men and women of lawlessness have we seen throughout all history that are anti-Mashiach? And they're all a part of the same system that sits on the 7 continents, the dragon that sits on 7 continents. Okay. I think, me personally, I don't think it's going to be just a man showing up on the Temple Mount. It's going to be somebody that's deeply entrenched in that entire system that has been set up since the days of Constantine and all the way back to Babel.
Okay, well, let me point something out to you. Man of lawless is singular, to be revealed. The son of destruction is singular, who opposes and exalts himself, singular, above all that is called Elohim, or that is worship, so that he, singular, sets, doesn't stand, as Yahuah in the temple of Yahuah, showing himself, singular, that he, singular, is Yahuah. So what am I saying here? Is, to me, this is telling us, and this is, I'm just putting this thought out there. This is me now. If he sits as Yahuah in the Mishkan of Yahuah, showing himself that he is Yahuah, then he has chosen a vessel to sit in. You see that? So that he exalts himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worship, so that he sits as Yahuah in the temple of Yahuah, which is a human body. Our bodies were made to be the temple of Yahuah, showing himself that he is Yahuah, tricking people that he's Yahuah by conducting these miracles. Okay. Did not Yahuah come down and sit in his temple, in his lamb, in the firstborn of all creation, and become our Mashiach in the flesh?
Right. So
Satan's a great copycat. Is he trying to?
So let me address the point of singular there. Okay. And you make a great point there. We're going to have one system the one system that came out of Babylon, that came into Constantine, that is currently running the entire global world system, is a one singular system. And in Revelation 17 again, and it says, let me find it here. And they have one mind, and they shall give their power and authority over to the behemoth. One beast, one mind, one system, singularly.
Yeah, there's more than one beast.
Well, we see, yeah, but they're all of the same beast, though. They're all of the same mindset. The beast that rises up out of the ocean or the sea of people, we already know is the European Union. For those of us that believe that the second beast that rises up out of the earth with two horns and speaks like a dragon, the United States, they're all of that one singular beast system. And they're all a part of it.
Yeah. And so in chapter 13 of Revelations, verse 1 through 4 describes the system of the beast, the government and religious system that you speak of.
Right.
From 5 to 10, it speaks of the man of perdition, the lawless one. People call the anti-Mashiach or the beast as well. Okay, so the system is called the beast, and so is the lawless one here in Revelations 13. And then we go down to 11, over to about 14. The second beast is called the false prophet, which is also has to be a man. So here we have three descriptions of three beasts. One's a governmental system based on religion and government. One's the man of perdition, the lawless one. The beast also is the false prophet. And so this is what it says here. And actually, 13:1 through 4 describes the conditions of the earth during the tribulation years for us, what the world's going to be like. You read that and you'll see what's going to be happening here. And then when we go over here to 14, it's very interesting. It says, and he leads astray those dwelling on the Eretz because of those signs which he was giving to do before the beast. This is the false prophet, saying to those dwelling on the Eretz to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword, yet lived. And there was given to him to give a ruach, a spirit, to the image of the beast. So can you put a spirit inside of a robot or a statue? That the image of that beast should both speak and cause to be killed as many as would not worship the image of the beast. So the spirit here of the anti-Mashiach in an image of a man, okay, he can both speak and kill, and it causes people to worship him. It has to be speaking of some kind of demonic possession. The devil himself possessing a man, the lawless one. That's what it seems to be saying to me. He caused the beast should both speak and cause to be killed as many as would not worship him, image of the beast, who has a spirit in him. It can't be a robot. It can't be a government. It's got to be a human being, man.
But what is the beast? What is the beast? What vessel does the beast use to be a representative of who he is? He uses the government. He uses man. He uses everything that we see in the image of the beast to represent him, the original man of lawlessness, or the fallen angel Hasatan. Okay, I still because there's so much reference to beast and yeah, we can reference that to a man. We can address it as it being a man, but I believe it's the whole system. I see the whole system of one belief that is spread across the entire globe through man who do his bidding. Obviously, we know that too. But I still have a problem finding it to be one guy that's other than he's just going to be that last mouthpiece.
This is the beast you're talking about right here.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Well, there has to be a leader. There's
Well,
never
yeah.
clergy or nobility or anything without a leader, without a king or someone sitting on the throne or someone leading the priest. Everybody,
Right.
they all have to have a leader. And so
Well,
we're seeing from 1 to 4 the system,
right.
and then 5 to 10 the leader of the nobility, and then 11 on over here to 16 or whatever, the leader of the clergy. There has to be a leader. Ain't never been no mass of men or a huge governmental system not run by some leader. We have a president. Somebody has to control this. It's
Right.
going to be Satan.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, Cato.
I don't know if Toria was first or.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh well, real quick, cloning's a thing, and the J-Man's a thing, and artificial intelligence is a thing. They could clone someone, call him J-Man, and say he's the return, and that's the great delusion. I mean, just a thought again, but it could be that, you know, some Jurassic Park figure back from the whatever. They have this whole like Priory of Sion where they say they have like the DNA of whoever they're continuing on with. So I don't know. I'm a conspiratorial guy.
NATO, you touched on something. A DNA sample was dead and then brought to life.
Ron Wyatt. I think Ron Wyatt found some blood, took it to a group of Israeli doctors, and they found out that it was alive. It only had 23 chromosomes when humans have 48. 22 from your mom, 22 from your dad, X from your mom, and Y from your dad. And this one only had 23, and it was found to be alive. And they asked, whose blood is this? And they said, this is the blood of, he said, this is your Messiah's blood. And they all shortly after converted, but that's what I've gotten off the internet.
That's a thought. They got somebody's DNA. They're fixing to resurrect somebody, right? Give them life. They were dead, but now, but that doesn't say he was killed and now then he's alive or something like that. Then we just read that. You're muted, Phyllis.
Yeah, he was dead and then was alive. Also, Lou gave me this thought years ago that that could have been the Third Reich that died, and then the Catholic Church brought up the Fourth Reich, which brought it alive again. I don't know if that's the same kind.
Yeah, that could be pertaining to the beast that William's talking about. Exactly. Toria.
Okay, I'm going to go into the conspiracy also, as Cato did. Okay, so we have fake food. We have a vaccine, obviously. We have testing strips. We have masks that are all owned by a certain person that opens gates, if you know what I mean, the last name. He's the gatekeeper.
Born woman.
He also messes with the DNA. He's also controlling who's going to be able to have children and who is not. You all know he owns all the most of the farmlands now. He's been buying them up to make his fake meat and control of the water. I don't know if you all know his parents are the ones who are the founders and owners of Planned Parenthood.
What's his name?
His last name is Gates. Bill. Not the science guy. It's the other guy. Okay, so is his symbol a shot. You know, I mean, it's everywhere. He owns the masks now. I don't know if y'all know, he bought up all the masks. He bought up all the test strips that are sent out. Him and George Soros own that company. So, I mean, is he? I mean, he's a big controller. What is it, the G7 meetings? He's right there. He's running it.
I think we just triggered the apocalypse.
I mean, his name is Gates. Is he the gatekeeper? And it says, doesn't it say that a man will open the gates to hell to release them? A man. Just a thought.
I don't know. I think it says he comes up from the bottomless pit. But the one we were just talking about being dead, it doesn't say he was dead. It says he was giving to do before the beast, saying to those dwelling on the arets to make an image of the beast who was wounded by the sword, yet lived. So he wasn't dead. He was wounded by the sword, yet lived.
The Gates guy was wounded. He lost his company of it was a computer company he had. He lost everything, and he came back somehow as a so-called scientist when he's not.
Virus King.
That could imply. Go ahead, Ted. What you think, brother?
I was just going to go back because you asked, what does it mean by the falling away having to come first? I think that's what got us all. And I was going to try, and a lot of times the most simple answer, it might be it. If you have somebody that's wearing a cloak, I'm just going to paint a picture here, and they're covered and they're camouflaged. And then all of a sudden the truth starts coming along, and that cloak falls away and he is revealed because of the truth. Might that not just be what the falling away is talking about? That he simply is revealed because of the truth?
That could be, but it wouldn't be on a grand level, would it? Or mass level. That would just be individual, right? So the falling away of a one person would begin the tribulation. I mean, it could be, man. I don't know. Go ahead, Toria.
That is a thought too, because trying to think where it's at, where Adam and Kua, they got to see Hashatan, what he really looked like, and they're like, who is that? That's him. This little tiny thing, this little thing that you feared, that's him. Does that cloak come off? And everybody's like, that's it? Oh wow, no, we're woken now. Just a thought.
Okay, so this go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to add, I don't remember where it's at, but somewhere it says that the truth will increase in the last days. And so not just one person, but his truth is kind of spreading like wildfire across the earth.
Yeah, the knowledge will increase. Daniel,
right.
12. Yeah, I mean, that's referring to the knowledge of Yahuah. And I think we've come to that agreement, didn't we? Oh, we did.
I had something really quick too. Okay, so Messiah says, my Father is an I in him, and I in you. So we are Ahad, we are one. Like William was saying, could that be because Hashatan mimics everything the Father does? Mm-hmm. Could that system be the one? They are all one in one of Hashatan.
And where are they falling away from? Go ahead, AJ.
I do know Hashatan, when he was thrown out the heavens, we have to remember a third of the messages went with him out of the heavens. So Hashatan is not everywhere, but his demon cohorts are in different places, and they take orders from him. I don't know if the beast could be interchangeable, visualizing a creature. But I think the beast is a man that denounces Yahushua as the Savior. I don't think it's a beast. He's a beast because he tries to obscure the truth and lead the whole world astray. He's a beast in that sense. But I don't think it's a beast. I know it's going to be a man because that's how Hashatan works through individuals to do his bidding through a man. It got to be whether it's male or female. Doesn't matter. But we got to remember, a third of the messages fell with Hashatan out of the heavens. As far as the falling away, I don't know if that could be interchanged with falling away from traditionalized religion. And at the same time, maybe those that were enlightened, as we read, it's hard for them to be enlightened again, trying to crucify Yahushua twice. Because some will run because I think physically they'll be scared of losing their life that ended up losing it permanently. I don't know. Just throwing it out there just to see. Thank you.
So in the book of Ezekiel, we see the beast, Hasatan, working through a man in the king of Tyre. Okay, do we see that happening anywhere else throughout history where the man is the vessel of the system? It may be a man, but that man is only doing what the beast wants it to do, which is the entire system. It's not of his own thinking or his own greed or his own pride, even though he is going to represent all of those things that are anti-Mashiach. It's all going to be wrapped up into one package, but it's the entire beast system that we've seen move all through history that covers the entire globe.
Well, if you don't have the spirit of the Ruach, you have the spirit of Hashatan. That's one thing. It can't be three things. Either you have the spirit of Yahushua, you are enlightened, or if you're not enlightened and you're not set apart, then you have the spirit of Hashatan, of the world. Because you ain't thinking about what Yah Elohim wants. You're thinking about what I want or what I want to do, because the world is about I. Not you, you, and you. So he got other people that does his bidding in play here. Because that's what I'm coming up with is, if a third of the messengers fell with him, you got a crew of evil demons running around, sex demons, robbery demons, child raping demons. All these are different spirits that enter our atmosphere through humans, falling humans. So I think it's a lawless one is a man, but he's ruled by Hashatan. And because we know this system that we live under, that one man rules, delegates like a president or a dictator. He sends his cohorts to delegate and do thus and so. I don't know. I'll let somebody else judge that or speak on that. But
I think you're hitting on a very good subject. And I really want to elaborate on what you're saying, AJ, but let me give Raul a chance first. Go ahead, Raul.
Could the falling away that we're talking about, could it be the falling away of the traditions of family and everything that you see nowadays going on with the LGBTQ, with no family nucleus, with teaching all the things they're teaching young kids nowadays? Couldn't that be the falling away that they're talking about?
That could be. It could be the falling away of Yahuah's natural creation. With
Exactly.
How
That's what came to me, because you see all these weird things going on nowadays, that, you know, like pedophiles and everything that you see going on, that could be the falling away that we're talking about.
Yeah, the falling away of how Yahuah designed everything.
How it's supposed to be.
How it's supposed to be. That's a great point, Ro. It really is. And it could be. Because we're all just assuming and guessing here, right? At least up to this point we are. Very good point, though. Thanks for bringing that up. So I want to spend just a minute on AJ and his comments here with the falling of the way, referring to the devil and his demons being thrown out of their principality. Speaking of man falling out of his principality and getting perverted, out of his natural state. And so did Hashatan and the demons. So let's look at Revelations 12, keeping in mind what AJ was saying. Start at verse 6. Well, look, we better back up to 4 so we can get a good idea of it. And his tail draws a third of the stars of the heaven and throws them to the Arets. So this is obviously is the devil influenced 1/3 of the messengers to go on his side. And the dragon stood before the Asha, who was about to give birth, to devour her child as soon as it was born. And we know that the Asha is Yisrael and the child is Yahusha. And she bore a male child who was to shepherd all nations with a rod of iron. See, that's Yahusha. And her child, speaking of Yisrael, was caught away to Yahuah and to his throne. So when did that happen? After his death, his ascension. Okay, and so now, interestingly, here 6 says, and the Asha fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by Yahuah to be nourished there 1,260 days. Does anybody know what 1,260 days is? It's 3.5 years or 42 months. That's the tribulation period. So this is beginning to speak as though we're getting some kind of indication of the 3.5 years has come here. It came, right? And there came to be fighting. So here, the Asha fled into the wilderness, the rebirth of Israel in 1948. Went back to her place on the earth. Back to Israel in 1948, where she was placed there to be nourished there for 1,260 years. 3.5 years during the tribulation period. And there came to be fighting in the heavens. So at the time of when the tribulation begins, then there's going to be a big fight in heaven. Michael and his messengers fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his messengers fought. But they were not strong enough, nor was a place found for them in the heaven any longer. And the great dragon was thrown out. That a serpent of old, called the devil and the Hashatan, who leads all the world astray. He was thrown to the Arets, and his Malachim were thrown out with him. Okay, so here we learn that Satan is now confined to the earth for the final 1,260 days, which is the tribulation years. So the falling away could be Satan and his demons getting kicked out of the Shemayim. And that happens first, and then the man of lawlessness is revealed. So he must have come from that group of people, from the devil and his demons being thrown out, that man of lawless must be in that group. Because now all of a sudden that has to happen first, then he's revealed. See that? So, and I heard a loud voice saying in the heaven, now have come the deliverance and the power and the reign of our Yahuah and the authority of his Mashiach, for the accuser of the brothers who accused them before Yahuah, Yam and Leah, has been thrown down. And they overcame him because of the blood of the Lamb. Because of the blood of the Lamb, we have the Zeal and Ruach, spirit of the Ruach in us, of Yahushua in us. The belief, right? And because of the word of their witness, and they did not love their lives to the death. Because of this, O Shemayim, and you who dwell in them, because of this, rejoice, O Shemayim, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the Eretz in the sea, because the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, knowing that he has little time. And when the dragon saw that he had been thrown to the Eretz, he persecuted the Asha, who gave birth to the male child. So is the falling away? Is when the devil and the demons got thrown out and then the man of lawlessness is revealed at that particular point? I think AJ might be onto something here. I really do. Pretty powerful. Maybe AJ's onto something. It sounds right. Anybody got any questions or thoughts on that one, or want to elaborate on that a little bit? It's a little bit different what we've ever thought about, isn't it? But how did AJ come up with that if it wasn't given to him by the Ruach? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think it's right on. But what about the time frame though? Because would it? I assume that Satan and his demons were here already because he's been harassing us. He can't be just sitting down here just unless there's more to come. Unless he's not been trapped here, maybe he's going to be trapped here. I'm just, how does that work out? I'm just curious.
Yeah, he's allowed to go back and forth right now. We read that in Job.
Okay, that's right. We saw an example of that. We're not. Yeah, Job. Yes.
Well, he Yahuwah's counsels. He sits on Yahuwah's courts. That's what Job says he does. It also says he came up and said, "Where you been?" He's going to and fro around the earth, seeking who I may devour. And so apparently the devil has access to the Shemayim and the earth right now. But here at this last 1,260 days, apparently he gets thrown out and is confined to the earth, and he can no longer go up in front of into the Shemayim, the realm of Yahuah. He's confined to the earth at this point. That's what it seems like to me, Phyllis. You know, I think AJ's got a very valid point here. You know, it's really interesting, really. Go ahead, William.
Let's go down the conspiracy hole a little bit more with that, okay? With that scripture. And the great dragon was thrown out, and that serpent of old called the devil and Hasatan, who leads the world astray. He was thrown to the Eretz, and his Malachim were thrown out with him. He was thrown to the Eretz, plural, meaning more than one. Are we talking about, because he doesn't get locked in chains and thrown into the pit until the second coming. So now he's in our atmosphere, our solar atmosphere, our universe, and he's bouncing around from what earth are thrown to the earth, the Eretz, all the earth, all the planets in our universe. Has anybody ever seen the top of Saturn? A picture of what's on the top of Saturn. Anybody here familiar with that?
Yeah, it's the hexagon.
Yeah, it's the same design as the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Okay. And there's a theory going down that rabbit hole again that the rings around that planet are actually sound waves like a record player. Ooh, you guys feeling it? The Boogerman's coming. Aliens are coming. But it says arrests, plural, not the arret.
Yeah. And also with what did I just say that? Okay, over here in 19, Revelations 19:19, it says, and I saw the behemoth, which is also plural, because it's, you should see behemoths, and the sovereigns, plural, of the arats, plural, and their armies, plural, gathered together to fight him who sat on the horse and his army, speaking of Yahushua, of course. So I saw the behemoth and the sovereigns of the earth and their armies. And so there again, we find that plural. Mr.
The word arets is a singular word. That's not plural.
Arets?
Yeah.
Yeah. Earth or earth?
Yeah, but they did the same thing with heaven. They say heaven. They changed it from heavens.
The Shemayim, but Paul tells us there's
They
three.
changed it. So what is it in the original Hebrew script?
Paul tells us it's three heavens.
Help us, Lou.
No, I'm not talking about the heavens. I'm talking about the aret.
Yeah, it says Shemayim, it's plural. So arets to me is plural. Ted, did you have something to say? Okay, Lou.
No, it's not. Arets is just it's a singular noun, and it doesn't. The S at the end is one letter. It's TS. It's a sadi. It's not really like an S plural. We don't. Hebrew words don't use S's. They use M's or T's or THs. Like the ta is a plural. The letter ta. And the S at the end of arets is not a plurality. It's just the one letter sadi, like the third letter in Natsarim. Well, the letter in Natsarim is TS, but it's only one letter. That's an error in plurality. It's just one.
That's what I was wondering, because they made that mistake with the Shamayim, telling us there was just a heaven, and as we started to learn, there's heavens. It's plural.
Yeah, Mayim is actually the Shamayim is a plurality of waters.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it's.
Waters above the water.
Yeah.
And it's a masculine, feminine, im or oath, right? To pluralize, not an S. Am I wrong?
The nouns have a gender that's feminine or masculine, but that doesn't have anything to do with the object itself being masculine or feminine. The 70% of the nouns in Hebrew have a gender, but that doesn't relate to the person it may name. Sarah has a vowel ending, which makes the word, not the person, but the word, gender feminine. But the nouns, that's the only thing that gender applies to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to let everybody know that Mom and I are going to have to leave y'all right now. This has been a very great discussion, and thanks everybody, and have a wonderful rest of your Shabbat. Thank you all so much, and we love you.
Love you too.
Love you, Brother Ted. And Mom, take care. Yeah, I'm going to go now. And, oh, man, this time has been wonderful. I thank you for us. I thank him for you all the time. And more being called out every day. Even if we don't even know it, they are being called out. Because the power of the word is strong than the lie that they're pushing. But thank you all. I want y'all to have a blessed weekend. Be safe and be careful out there in your traveling. Thank you, Brother Lou. Thank you, Brother Mark, William, Natsarim Project, Phyllis, Toria. Gibson girl, Yami, Rahul, bless you. May the Father keep his face shining upon you and give you peace. Hallelujah. Praise you, Yah.
Thank you, AJ.
Okay, so let's move on here to a little bit different angle here of this. It says here that where is that? I just saw it. Okay, it says after the falling away is come first, then the man of lawlessness is to be revealed. He's the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself above all that's called Elohim, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as Yahuah in the Mishkan of Yahuah, showing himself that he is Yahuah. So do you not remember that I told you this while I was still with you? And now you know who restrains, for him to be revealed in his time. So this seems like this is a person that's going to be manifest or revealed in the fullness of time. See, now you know who restrains. So who restrains? The man of lawlessness? For him to be revealed in his time, for the secret of lawlessness is already at work, only until he who now restrains comes out of the mist. And so this would appear to be somebody coming out of the mist. This is all seeming to point at individual here. The appearing of this lawless one is by the means of the working of Hashatan, with all power, signs, and wonders of falsehood, and with all deceit of unrighteousness. So that's amazing too. Now, does this mean that it is Hashatan? You see the one that's going to deceive us, the world is coming. It says that now you know who restrains, and now you know who it is, for him to be revealed in his time. So the only thing that's give us any clue at all about who has been revealed, and for us to know who restrains and have been revealed, we can just have to back up here 4 verses. Where's he at? And the only body that mentions is the man of lawlessness and the son of destruction. I see no other identity for us to know. It says, and now you know who restrains. So for us to know him, it has to be the man of destruction, the son of destruction, and the man of lawlessness. You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting to me. And so he will be revealed, and then the lawless one shall be revealed. So the secret, the lawlessness is obviously the doctrine of demons. It says you don't have to obey. All you have to do is believe. Go ahead, Lou.
You're right. The interesting thing of it is that the one who is restraining is thought of by Christianity to be the Ruach HaKodesh, as if the Ruach HaKodesh is going to be taken out of the midst so that the man of lawlessness can be revealed. But it's actually the other way around. The lawless one is going to be revealed, and he is the restrainer. It's not Yahushua. The Ruach HaKodesh is not the restrainer. The one that's restraining is the dragon himself. And he's the one that gives power to the restrainer, whoever the man of lawlessness is.
Yeah, I think they get that because the devil's restrained by Yahuah right now. He has to go to him and ask permission to harm his people or do anything. But when that 1,260 days comes, he was thrown out. Okay, remember that? He's cut loose. He's taken off the chains and says, "Go get him, boy."
Yeah, there's another correlation. We were just reading Revelation chapter 12, but Revelation 11 talks about the two witnesses. And that's going to factor in heavily with the stratagem that you have put on that chart. And that's very powerful. It's a completely different approach than the Christians have, because the Christians do not obey his commandments and they do not have his spirit. So they're straining to figure out what it means. And that's why they're all over the map. But you have been given something very special. And this revelation that you have been revealed, has been revealed to you, is laying it out completely differently. And they don't get it. But there's something that has to be added to it, that maybe another member of the body that Yahushua will use will bring in the two witnesses and reveal what this, it's actually 1,260 days is precisely 3 years and 5 months. It's not 3.5 years. And then there's that, and it correlates to Ezekiel or Yechezkel's drought, or Eliyahu, I mean. The drought of Eliyahu, and the number of days that the house of Israel is, it's not the same number of days, but chapter 12 and chapter 11 mention 1,260 days, which is 3 years and 5 months, and two witnesses are mentioned first, and that's interesting. I'm waiting for the connection to come to us. We're here, his body, and he's going to speak through his body at some point, and he's already started.
It's Mark and Lou.
I really don't think so. But I do. I mean, if it was, I would accept the assignment. I know that was a joke. Yeah, that's interesting, Lou. Yeah, that's very interesting. So there's a lack there of 30 days, but in Daniel, there's a lack of 45 days. Remember? So it's over in Daniel 12. Where's that? Wait a minute. Maybe we can find the answer to that.
Yeah, it's Daniel. Yeah.
Daniel.
Well, there is actually a lack of only 20 days, because 1,280 days is 3.5 years. But yeah, it's only a lack of 20 days. I don't know where that went, but it's got to factor in.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, here in Daniel 12:11, if y'all want to go there, it says, "And from the time that which is continual is taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is set up, is 1,290 days. Blessed is he who is waiting earnestly and comes to the 1,335 day Yamam. But you go your way to the end and rest and rise to your lot at the end of the Yamam." So here we find a difference of 45 days. But the 3.5 years is 1,280 days, right? So is that the 10 days of all, from 1,280 to 1,290, the days of all? And then the end is when he destroys everything, it's 1,000, or tabernacles. It says you're blessed. He was waiting for the 1,335th. Could that be tabernacle? That doesn't jive, because there's a 45-day difference. Yeah, interesting, man. I hope Yahushua reveals that to us. Anybody else? Anything you want to say? Nafal. That's the Hebrew word for falling away. I don't think we can come up with a solid answer on that. Although I think we've come up with some good suggestions on what the falling away is. I was excited with AJ. What AJ come up with was pretty exciting. Anybody else?
Daniel 12, what was it?
Daniel 12, down there 11, I think it was, at the very bottom of the chapter somewhere.
Phyllis, are you okay? What just happened?
What happened?
A hawk was chasing one of my birds, and I think the bird ran into the window. But it was a big one. It was a big bird, and the hawk is still sitting there. He didn't get his bird, so he's going to wait for another one. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you.
No, I saw you jump up, and I was like, uh-oh.
You sure it wasn't a dove?
That hit the window. Could have been a dove that hit the. Oh, gotcha. Okay, sorry.
That went over my head. I didn't catch it until Phyllis started laughing. All right, y'all done talking now, or you want to continue with our conversation about the tribulation year? It's kind of weird, you know. There's a lot of things that come in there and rattle your cage a little bit, you know. Just the second you think you're understanding it, something comes in and rattles your cage. You know what I'm saying? Like the Yahuah coming back on the Day of Trumpets, but yet it seems like the Day of Trumpets is just a warning. He actually comes back on the Day of Atonement. You know, and so what is that? What does that mean to us? That those 10 days are the Day of Yahuah actually lasts 10 days instead of just one day?
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting because, you know, that's the time that the release happens, because it's on Yom Kafar, the 10th day of the 7th month, when he may warn us with the trumpet, and then 10 days later, the reapers are released, and he, you know, storms the earth with to punish the inhabitants, and at the same time, the release, because he's going to have to send the reapers out and burn the earth to burn down this Babylonian rebellion, you know.
Yeah,
and that's the big release. That's the Yobel, the Jubilee.
Wow. So maybe the day of Yahuah lasts 10 days then, instead of just one. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Do we get changed before?
Yeah, I think we do. Well, I don't know. We get changed when he's coming back. We fly away and meet him. So maybe not. Kind of weird. Like I say, as soon as you think you got it figured out, bam. You know, Toria, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was taught when we were doing in the late 80s about the Messianic Jewish thing that my parents were getting into. They had taught that 10 days is the time that Yahuah goes from one end of the earth to the other, looking for those who want to dwell with him. So maybe that 10 days is the time that he is taking the time to gather from one end to the other.
That could be. You know, like I say, man, every time I think I got it figured out, I get slapped upside the head. So I don't know. Anybody else got anything they want to add or expound on?
Lou, are you still going to do the Wednesday class when you come back?
Oh yeah, we just did one. In fact, we've done two. The fourth day of the week, we have this thing at 1:00, and on Natsarim Life. That's just a half hour. Turns into an hour usually, but you know, yeah, it's going on.
If you miss the classes, she's putting them up on Natsarim Life, and then I think she's going to put up on YouTube. But the first one that Lou mentioned, she lost it and she can't find it yet.
But the one we did just this week, I put it up on my channel too. It's just a short one. It's about Valentine's Day. I thought we better cut the usual and go into this because we're just a few weeks away from the Valentine's thing, and I wanted to make sure everybody understood what that really was. So,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Raul.
I have a weird question for you guys. Cato just mentioned a dove. Remember that I took a trip down to my brother's when, not this last one, but before that I flew down. And I don't know if this means anything. Maybe it just means that, but I had, when I left where I was visiting, I had, I don't know, can you see this? A dove on top of my car, and it wouldn't go away. That's how close I got to it to take a picture, and the dove would not leave. I had got in my car and left, and the dove was still there. It's incredible.
Excuse, I'm sorry. Was it last week or the week before when we were talking about some of this stuff? And I think Shelley mentioned something that was seen in the movie Indiana Jones. Does anybody remember that? What she was talking about?
It was a movie.
Yeah.
About the devil,
movie.
right? Somebody took her to see a movie about, I guess it was the devil or something like that.
No, not that movie. She was referencing something that we were talking about that she said was seen in one of the Indiana Jones movies. And I thought it was kind of funny because I actually watched one of the movies yesterday, and they had this amulet. And this, look what was written on the amulet. If you can see this. Can you see it? It's got the name of Yahuah written on it. Yeah.
It looks like a menorah at the top.
Is that paleo?
So it says Yahuah on it. It's written, yeah, and the menorah at the top. I thought that was kind of unusual. Yeah. So I'm going to watch the other two to see what else I can see in there that they reference. They actually reference his name. I thought that was kind of cool, but I don't think they would do.
There's this, I think in Temple of Doom, he's supposed to cross this bridgeway, and he has to step on the letters, English Latin letters of the name of the creator. And first he tries the J, and it just collapses. So he steps back, and then he goes on to the I, and that gets him past. But you know, it's also Latin, so.
Is that the I am?
It's no, it's not. I am. It was Yahuah. You know, they can't reveal the name in Hollywood, but they will go to the original 1611 King James. I think spells it with the I, like they say Yahuah.
Isios or Isios?
It says Yahuah, but the U is a V, so the V is like the original U, and Yahuah. I'm not going to say it on Sabbath, but
yeah, they did put that in that movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think, and the I was the Greek form of the letter Yod. But interestingly enough, in the Ten Commandments, that movie long ago, he's holding these giant rocks, and the letters are actually real Hebrew. They're not the Aramaic from Babylon, and that's really cool. And then I went to the Genesis, Answers in Genesis Museum, and they've got a statue of Moses standing there, and he's got these commandments, and it's written in Aramaic. And I'm going, wow, they should have. Hollywood actually did deeper research by using the real Hebrew letters, the script. But then in the Indiana Jones movie, that amulet that has the jewel in the middle, and he puts it on this pole, and he sticks it in a map room in Egypt, and the sun at a certain time of day comes shooting through, and it tells where the buried stuff is. And but that letter, the lettering on that amulet, when he flips it over, and it has real Hebrew. It's not the Aramaic. That's like that headpiece that the high priest wore. Yusuf ben Mattatyahu, they call it Flavius Josephus, wrote about it in the 1st century that these letters were vowels and they were written in Hebrew. And of course, that wouldn't have been Aramaic because they're in the wilderness out of Egypt, and they wouldn't have been writing it in Aramaic. That's, far and beyond. Aramaic was in another region. They wouldn't have had contact with that.
I'm rewatching every Indiana Jones now.
There's one of those movies, Indiana Jones movies, that he searches for the Ark of the Covenant. Is that the one you guys are talking about, or is that different?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, where he finds the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, that's where the amulet is with the Creator's name in it. Yeah.
Anybody else? Nothing else? All right. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Brother Lou. Give us your assessment on today's study and anything else, and take us out with the priestly blessing, if you will.
I'd love to. The chapter 5 of Galatians is just so packed with the comparison between the fruits of the Spirit and the fruits of the flesh. And Paul writes about the fruits of the flesh in other places too, how mean-spirited people are, and envious and murderous and all that. And the fruits of the Spirit are just the opposite. And I just think that the power source is the reason. When you have Yahushua in you, then you don't do the fruits of the flesh. You don't act out, but you manifest the Ruach HaKodesh, and nothing really bothers you because you're at peace. And that's one of the fruits. And it's not you, it's him, and you just share his mind. And that is what Galatians is all about. And the circumcision of your heart is really the circumcision of your mind when he comes to indwell you. When you surrender and pledge yourself to serve him, you become a slave. Yeah. And a lot of people don't like that word, but a slave, a servant, whatever you want to call me or us, that's what we are. And we just subject ourselves to his covenant, and I just find joy and happiness in it, to know that I'm doing what he wants me to do, and we're doing what he wants us to do. And that's the whole point. Not do what we want to do, but do what he wants to do. And we don't even think about what we want to do. We don't have time for it. And like Mark's saying in his chart, that time is running out. There's not much time left. And, we can argue about that, but it's better to just look at it and examine everything and see what is good and hold on to that's good in the chart. I really appreciated that show last night, by the way. And thanks for sending me the copy of it. But to me, we have no argument. Like, we have two that we can serve. We can serve the flesh, which is serving the adversary, or we can serve the Ruach HaKodesh. And we've got those choices, and that's it. And our belief is perfected by our obedience. You can claim that you know him all day long, but if you don't obey him, then you're a liar. You're deceiving yourself, maybe. But just get with the program and obey his commandments, the duty of all mankind. Do those commandments, and you will get his attention. If you want to get the attention of the Creator, don't talk to him if you're not obeying his commandments, because that's an abomination. Proverbs 28, verse 9. Yeah. Well, Yahuah bless you and guard you. Yahuah make his face shine upon you and show kindness to you. Yahuah lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom. So they will invoke my name on the children of Yisrael, and then I myself will bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuah.
Thank you.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuah.
Yes, indeed.
Love you all, Miss.
Shalom, y'all.
Bye.
Love you.
Thank you, Brother Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love all of you. Anybody wants to stick around and talk, you can. I'm ending the broadcast right now.